From the streets of Tehran to the avenues of DC, this isn't about hate, it's about the truth. I love your soul, America, but I can't stand your throne. Listen. Listen. I wake up in Tehran, but I'm wearing your brands. Listening to Wu-Tang while I'm washing my hands of the propaganda fed by the man in the suit. I love the fruit of your culture, just not the root of your foreign intervention. I grew up on your films, dreaming of NYC, the lights in the realms of freedom you preach. I love the jazz and the blues, but I hate how your leaders put my brothers on the news as a target, a number, a threat, and a folder, while we're just two kids getting older and colder. I love the land of the free, but not the man in the halls. I love the spirit of the street, not the height of your walls. Between your flag and my home, there's a bridge made of gold, but your leaders keep burning every story we've told. Yeah, I love the stars, but I hate the stripes they draw on my skin. You talk about liberty, but you lock the gate with sanctions that don't hit the elite. Only the plate of the mother and nice behind trying to buy bread. Your leaders aim for the crown, but hit the worker instead. I love the American dream, the work in your rise, but your sentence maximum pressure is just slow motion demise. Medicine scarce and the currency's floor bound. How can I cheer for the eagle when it's pinning me down? I love your people's heart, their drive and their grit, but your White House pen, I got no love for it. I love the land of the free, but not the man in the hall. I love the spirit of the street, not the height of your wall. Between your flag and my home, there's a bridge made of gold, but your leaders keep burning every story we've told. Yeah, let's open the books, let's go back to the source. Before the hostage crisis in the cycle of force. Remember 53, Mossadegh and the coup. Your leaders broke a democracy before it was new. I love the we the people written on your scroll, but your CIA played a different kind of role. You install a king, then you act all surprised when the fire you started burns right in your eyes. I love the Constitution, the way it was meant, but not the way your leaders bypass consent. Yeah, I got cousins in Cali and friends in Detroit, where the hawks in the Pentagon look for gaps to exploit. They want us to hate, they want a wall made of glass, but we're both just the victims of a ruling class. I love your protest, the way you take to the street to tell your own leaders their lies are obsolete. We're fighting the same fight, just different skies, searching for truth in the forest of lies. I love the American soul, it's vibrant and deep, but your warmongering lobby makes the whole world weak. So this ain't a death to, it's a life to the core of a bridge built on art, not a vessel for war. Keep your drones in the hangar, keep your threats on the shelf. I love your land like I'm learning to love myself, but to the men in the high chairs, the brokers of pain, your legacy's rust and your profit is stain. I keep the hip-hop, the poets, the Pacific shore, but your imperial shadow, we don't want it no more. Yeah. Peace to the Bronx, peace to Shiraz. One world, two cages, time to break the bars.
It's the Home Lift Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott. Episode 186, Damage Out of Control. And all new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Here we go. Here we go, guys. Happy to be here today. Despite all the reasons not to be, we hold it down, guys. We hold down the fort here, and we do this show for everybody tuning in. Obviously, you guys are part of this family. The family is a community. It's not a tribe. It's a non-tribal arena that we find ourselves in, where we have the duty, obligation, the weight on our shoulders to represent the best we can voices of humanity, whoever those voices are. We're all connected to these people, the people that we know can't communicate right now, people that are in fight or flight, people that are in situations that we can't even possibly fathom, even when we look into them, and even when we go to the story, even when we get the raw, real, uncomfortable, sometimes painful realities of what lives that we know of, that we're connected to, what has happened to these lives because of why? Because of the ruling class that has controlled us, pit us against each other, and used us as pawns in a game of power and control. And the drug of power and control has consumed them to a point where there are no moral compasses in play ever. And we need to accept that as a reality, that the people running the world that have been running it this whole time, there's never been any moral compass in play. So when we reach out and we engage, and we can do this now with the technology that we have available, we can go on and create a show like this, and others in this space that are doing the same. And we've been inspired by those people, but we're here to do this work because, not just because the people that were told to us that they were doing the work were lying the whole time, but because if we don't, we fail humanity. We are here, we show up, as hard as it is, because we have to deal with our own issues, our own struggles. Not even comparatively, we can't even compare our struggles to the horrific scenes we've seen on our cell phones, the horrific stuff that they're silencing and not letting us see, that we go and we find a way to see it anyways. We can't even wrap our heads around the devastation and the trauma, entire families being wiped off the face of the planet in a snap of the finger. Gone. Villages gone in Lebanon. Gaza is a parking lot. The West Bank, they're taking that over. We know what's going on in Iran. And we know that there are people in these parts of the world, like the people you just saw doing the Lego movie. We've showed you this one. There's a lot of those out there. But this is what connects us. This is the stuff that makes us feel like there is something that we're fighting for, and that we have alliances with people we never thought we would have alliances with. And so that entire philosophy that we thought it was us against these bad guys, these villains out there, that's no longer a thing. It never was a thing. We're ready to unite with others around the world, in other countries. And we know you guys that tune into us all over the world. We're not just talking to the US citizens. We're talking to the citizens of the earth, of the planet. And we can align with our similar interests, our similar needs and wants, and just basic rights as human beings. That's what we're aligning on. So we have to show up as best we can, as hard as it is. And we are dealing with some hard stuff right now. You guys know what's been going on with Leslie and her father, and it's been absolutely insane. And there was a chance of not coming on today just because it's gotten so bad, so insanely intense over at the hospital, the ICU. And I know you guys have been sending your warm wishes, and we really appreciate that. But I decided to show up today as best I can to do this show, and we're doing it for people who can't communicate, who again are in such horrific situations that we can't even fathom how bad it is. We're doing this for them as well. We're not saying that our pain and our hurt is at the level of those people being wiped off the face of the earth. We're still here. So we're not comparing our pain to theirs, but we're saying the weight of their pain is also on our backs. As long as we can show up, as long as we have a microphone, as long as we have an internet feed, somehow we will do the show. Here we are. It's the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. We're going to be here with you guys all afternoon as best as we can, unless if circumstances prevent us, then we won't. But we will be here as best we can, as long as we can make it here. And we got the microphone, and we got the internet, and we don't even need good lighting. Although we do pride ourselves on some good lighting. It's always good, and having having our files and everything working well is also a good thing too. But we know you guys roll with the punches with us in case we do have any tech issues, and we always appreciate that. So let's do this, guys. This show today. Oh, and I see your guys' support already. I really effing appreciate it. Really appreciate it. And good thing too, because this is going to be a big one, guys. We actually have a really good show planned. And by the way, great timing here. I just saw that we got a little raid from Due Dissidents. That's great. Good. You guys are here. This is awesome. We want you to know that we're in a space, this community, this non-tribal spot that we know Due Dissidents, Russell and Keaton also do that for their audience as well. And that's why we welcome you guys with open arms. This is the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. Let's get into the first story. Just want to make sure we are all set on all of our platforms here today. Okay, we're good on Rumble. That's pretty awesome. Very good, very good. Okay, we're also doing good on Twitter. We are on both on Rumble and on X. That's the Homeless Left. We also have Matt Weinglass on X. That one's been doing fairly good. And then this channel, guys, the YouTube channel, it's bizarre, the ups and downs. We're just happy it's a new channel for us because our last one got terminated. Why? For having these conversations. That's why. Our words are violence. Our words are dangerous for the community. We got to keep the community safe. Google told us that. And we trust Google because when they email us directly and say the Homeless Left is too dangerous for the community, we have to believe that they know what they're talking about. Of course, we just start another channel anyway. So as soon as we get that email, we'll have to start another channel. But for now, it's THL Presents. It's been working out fairly good, guys. We're actually rocking and rolling sometimes, but we don't know. It's like up and down. We did have like 117,000 watch the other day, which was pretty badass. That was a couple weeks back. Let's see if we can get to those numbers again. I hope so, but we're not going to think about that right now. Let's just get into it's time. Well, it's time for the show. Let's do this. We're going to start with, I know you guys, we generally do the top censored news to kick off the show. We're going to save that for a little bit later because I want to start off with this Pete Hegseth story. So let's just get right into that right away. So what happened was Pete Hegseth, our Secretary of War, well, he was confronted on his way into the Armed Services Committee, and we're going to show you what happened inside the room, which is pretty entertaining that he was actually called out several times. And that was good to see. But even just trying to get into the room, that was entertaining as well. So let's look at this is from Code Pink. And we always like this protesting in the halls of these committee meetings. It's very badass when folks like Code Pink can pull this off. So take it away.
Pete Hegseth, you were the Department of War Crimes. Why did you order the bombing of the girls' school in Iran? Why have you been the illegal attacks that have been killing fishermen in the Caribbean and Pacific? Why are you continuing this war? You deserve to be arrested.
You will be tried. Have you no shame?
You deserve.
You are a war criminal, and you will be tried. You should be disgusted with yourself. How many American service members have to die for Israel? How many Iranian schoolgirls have to die for Israel?
We're outside the Armed Services Committee where Secretary of War Crimes is going to be asking Congress for $1.5 trillion for a Department of War budget, when instead Congress should be asking him about his war crimes. Why did he target the girls' school in Iran on the first day of this illegal Iran war, killing over 150 people? What was the use of AI in this targeting? Why did he order the dropping of bombs on boats in the Pacific and the Caribbean, killing over 150 people? They should be calling for his arrest, not fast-tracking more money for these war crimes. He should be arrested, not platformed in this building in Congress for more money.
All excellent points. Obviously, it's like there's a pattern of behavior. This didn't just start with Iran. We're talking about the Venezuela, the right off the Caribbean. We're talking about just murdering people, doing the double taps. We know about the double taps. So now, fortunately, they're going to bring up the double, triple taps that happened. And you guys know the Iranian schoolgirls that got murdered on like literally right out of the gates, beginning of this thing. It was the end of February, and it was a double, triple tap. It looked like that not only did we intentionally bomb the school, killing over 100 schoolgirls, you had a second tap when the other students that survived and the teachers went to go tend to those students, and then they all got blown up to pieces. And then you had a third tap, which occurred when the parents came over, and the remaining teachers that didn't get blown up in the second one, they all came to gather their the kids and all their limbs that were left, and then all of them got tapped. This is the same person that's tapping, double tapping in the Caribbean, like it's a big effing video game. So it's good to get that called out. Now let's go inside and see if how these Congress people are able to hold him accountable for anything. Here we go. And he knows this, by the way. He knows this is coming. He knows this is coming. In this clip, this might be the most important one because this is Pete Hegseth basically confessing that the entire war in Iran is one big sham.
Never have it. So they haven't broken yet. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet for all of the...
Well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated. Underground, they're buried, and we're watching them 24/7. So we know where any nuclear material
reclaiming
might be.
my time for
we're watching
a quick second here. We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago, because the nuclear weapon was an imminent threat. Now you're saying that it was completely obliterated?
They had not given up their nuclear ambitions, and they had a conventional shield of thousands of missiles.
So Operation Midnight Hammer accomplished nothing of substance. It left us at exactly the same place we were before.
You're missing the point, man. It's all about feelings, man. You know the deal. Come on, you know how it goes. The Israel lingo, where it's about feelings. We feel like everyone wants to kill us. We feel like that they have ambitions. It's ambitions. That's a nice feeling. Ambitions. And just be clear, this was Trump's initial thinking. His line, the words he actually used was he had a thought, he had a feeling, right? He had a feeling that Iran wanted to attack the US. They had ambitions to, and now he's telling us this.
So much so
their
that
facilities were bombed and obliterated. Their ambitions continued, and they're building a conventional shield.
Right, let me try again.
It's the North Korea strategy. You know this very well. The North Korea strategy was use conventional missiles to prevent anybody from challenging them so they could slow walk their way to a weapon. President Trump saw Iran at its weakest moment, took an action to ensure, in a way that only the United States of America could do with our Israeli partners,
and yet
to ensure their conventional shield was brought
one
to
other
deal,
question,
we've done.
if I could get to it.
So complete word jumble. You can see kind of in Pete Hegseth's eyes that he knows this drill. He knows that this is the beating he has to take. He tried to come prepared, a little more prepared than I guess it was Pam Bondi, who was way flying off the handle, and she knew, and her time was coming, and she's gone. So it looks like the writing might be on the wall for Pete Hegseth's departure. So yeah, this is a performance that he tried to pull off, but it's really hard because you have all of these time-stamped language and then the actions that we can pin directly on him, like the schoolgirl's murder. And luckily, Ro Khanna brought that up and just stuck it right to him. Let's see. This is Ro Khanna.
How much did it cost American taxpayers in terms of the strike to the Iranian school where kids were killed? Do you have that number in terms of the missiles we used?
As I've said, that unfortunate situation remains under investigation.
You don't know how much it costs the taxpayer?
But I wouldn't tie a cost to anything.
It's a reasonable question, no, sir? I mean, our taxpayer money was going there. Do you know how?
Reasonable question. Not going to get an answer. And if you talk to any Trumpers out there, which we have, like had personal conversations with these people, you know that they're saying, yeah, that was a bad thing that happened with the schoolgirls, but they'll never admit that it was on purpose. When we know that obviously a double tap, triple tap, it's always on purpose. The single tap's on purpose too, but it's just so freaking obvious. And I always say to people, look, if somebody actually made a mistake, if somebody actually made an oopsie, where's the apology? You're not going to get one because it was all on purpose. Okay, Ro kind of doubles down next and talks about the American people and the obligation that you have as the Secretary of War to crunch the numbers, as they say. You got to crunch the numbers so you can present to the American people the cost of doing this, even if you want us to believe your BS about the nuclear weapon, blah, 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 blah. You still got to run the numbers for us. So you didn't do that. So take it away, Ro.
How much it will cost Americans in terms of their increased cost in gas and food over the next year because of the Iran war?
I would simply ask you what the cost is of an Iranian nuclear bomb.
I'm going to give you that
I
opportunity.
would simply ask you what you're playing gotcha questions about
No, it's
domestic
not.
things. I'm not.
You're saying it's a gotcha question to ask what it's going to be in terms of the increased
Why
cost
won't
of
you
gas
answer what
and
it costs to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb?
I give you that, sir. But let me.
What
if you
would
could
it
just
cost?
ask my-
What would you pay to ensure Iran doesn't
but
get a nuclear
can you-
bomb?
Do you?
What would
Sir,
you pay?
I reclaim my time. Do you not know? You had no one do the analysis of what the increased cost of gas and food on the American people are going to be?
What is the cost
Let
of
me
Iran
give
holding
you the
that
number.
straight at
Let me
issue
give
with
you the
nuclear
number.
weapons?
It's $631 billion, which means it's an increase of $5,000 a year for American households. Now, let me.
Good job on the math. That sounds about right. About $5,000 per family. You failed to make that case. Okay. So even just from an economic, just mathematical, forget the emotion of it, just the math. You forgot to crunch the numbers. And anybody knows that when you have to go to a board or go to a people or a room and make a case for money, you got to have a budget, right? You got to have a what's the cost benefit analysis. Everybody knows that. And it's such a big FU that you got these people claiming to be about free market capitalism and, this billionaire class, and you two can be like us. And then to be so disrespectful to the process of how money actually works and how if you want investors, you got to present the case, and you didn't effing do it. You didn't even fake it. You could have faked it, and that would have been at least something, but you didn't even do it. You kind of skipped over the whole thing.
Give you this point. You're saying that your operation is preventing a nuclear Iran. Will you acknowledge that there is an economic cost to the American people for doing what you believe is necessary to make Iran denuclear? Will you acknowledge the economic cost?
We have an incredible economic team that's managing this better than what the previous administration.
Oh, here we go with we're the greatest team ever. The previous one was uniquely awful. The Biden one was the Biden one was the absolute worst we've ever seen. We're the greatest we've ever seen. That's just blah 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 blah. Okay.
Did to our economy, what the previous administration did with inflation,
what's upsetting?
Administration did with COVID, and you're going to lecture this administration about the economy?
You know what is upsetting?
Incredible.
You didn't even do the analysis on how much it's costing the American people. It's one thing if you said, okay, it costs the American people $5,000, but we think it's worth it. That's what we've done in World War II and other wars. Here's what it costs. You got to pay for it. You don't even know what the average American is paying. You don't know what we paid in terms of the missiles that hit the Iranian school. You don't know what we're paying in terms of gas. You don't know what we're paying in terms of food. Your 25 billion number is totally off. It's the incompetence. It's the incompetence.
Yep. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. So good one. Good job on that one. Rokana, do we have anything else? Yeah, we have Representative Pat Ryan. Let's see. He got another angle going here, which was pretty effective. So let's see. We have a tweet here. This was okay. So from Call to Activism, Representative Pat Ryan just revealed that Pete Hegseth ordered military members. Okay, and so this is the part where we know how we treat Iranian schoolgirls. How do we treat our own military members? Well, he ordered them in an area in Kuwait with an active warning that they had zero defense against drone attacks. And he ignored it. And that's where they got the 6 that were killed. And we believe it was far more than that. But the 6 that were admitted to be killed, there were survivors. And they blame Hegseth, of course. You know what else he did? He had a hotline for soldiers to call when all those military bases were getting annihilated. And they would be able to be told on the hotline how they could be brought to a safe location. Guess what? You called the hotline and it was a recorded voice that said, we don't have, call back later. That, yeah, literally call back later. So he did that too. And the comparativeness to Benghazi, absolutely worse than Benghazi, although that was pretty effing bad with the Hillary Clinton abandoning people there as well. But it's the same game. It's a chessboard. These aren't as far as they're concerned, these are not human being lives. This is just a game of chess. So you got a few pawns stuck in Kuwait. Oh, the F what? Who cares, right? Well, he's going to show us and double down on how much he doesn't give an F, as if it's literally a game of chess, and the American people and military members are exactly that, pawn pieces.
How much it will?
Let me grab the right one. We'll edit that out in post, as you guys know. We'll do that when this uploads. This is the one. Here we go. Representative Pat Ryan trying to get some accountability here. Here we go.
Analysis had said the site was indefensible from aerial attack and should not be used. Yet you sent our soldiers from the 103rd Sustainment Command there anyway. Is that true or false? True or false? Straightforward question.
Are you going to give me a chance to answer or just play gotcha?
Did you send them there or not?
We took proactive measures from the beginning to ensure force protection and defensive posture were maximized across the theater.
Let's talk about what defenses they had. Prior to the attack, officers on the ground knew our troops were vulnerable. In fact, they requested additional force protection. Did they receive it?
Wherever humanly possible, force protection and counter UAS was always made available.
They did not. In fact, when asked to describe the base's defense, one survivor who's come forward from the unit said, quote, I would put it in the none category. From a drone defense capability, none.
There it is. And so I would assume on his way out, he was met with authorities and they told him, sir, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say, blah, 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 blah. I'm sure that happened because at this point, it's very effing clear that there's enough evidence to arrest Pete Hegseth for war crimes, crimes against humanity, crimes against the American people, really. And of course, crimes against the Iranian people, obviously. No, I guess though they didn't show up. They did want him back in another session. It's actually happening right now. I'm going to bring this up just to see, because this is live. And, we sometimes when we can do that, we like to do live stuff when we can. I'm going to give it an attempt right now. So let's see what's happening. He's being questioned. Day 2, because this was from yesterday. This is day 2 of the questioning of Pete Hegseth. Here we are. This is Elizabeth Warren. Here we go.
Very good conversations on ending the war. Traders suddenly bet $500 million on the price of oil, which, once Trump made his announcement, immediately dropped. It happened again on April 7th, and then again on April 21st, a surge in oil bets, then a Trump post, and then a huge shift in oil prices in just the space of minutes. It looks like insiders have been making out like bandits, using secret information about the war. Now, one U.S. soldier has been charged, but that was for betting on capturing Maduro months ago. Not a single person.
Oh, God. Did she just say capturing Maduro? And this is the problem, right? We get these little nuggets every once in a while. You get these psychopaths like Hegseth going into these Senate committee hearing meetings, and then you get these little nuggets, these little Ro Khanna nuggets of just like nailing them. And then you get somebody like Elizabeth Warren, and this is happening right now, guys. We just checked in on this live feed. He's got to answer to Elizabeth Warren. But what are you talking about? Capturing Maduro? You mean kidnapping him? You mean like committing terrorism in Venezuela, right? Oh, you can't say that because you're also captured by the two-party duopoly, and we pretend that there's a radical left. And Elizabeth Warren, there's still people that think Elizabeth Warren is a radical lefty. Can you believe that? Yes, right here in California. I still hear conversations about people saying, "Oh, Elizabeth Warren, she would have been a better choice than Hillary Clinton." But nobody would have gone for it because she's too radical left. What? this credit card, like total like Mongol. She likes to this woman used to destroy people's lives by tricking them into credit cards and then doing a bait and switch on the banks. That's what she did before she became a Democrat, whatever the hell that means now. Anyways, let's hear if there's anything worth going on in this interaction right now.
Even if the information may be coming from insiders in your office?
Senator, it's not something we're involved in at all. And of course, we take operational security at every level very seriously. In fact, no one's taken operational security more seriously than us. If you look at what it required to keep secret Midnight Hammer and Operation Maduro, the absolute resolve with Maduro,
and also keeping that Top Gun Maverick script under wraps until it premiered. I mean, I mixed them up because the Hollywood movies and the titles and the Operation Midnight, whatever, Fury, whatever it is, Epstein Fury. I mix them all up.
All right. Well, obviously you're not. I'm also concerned about recent reporting on your own financial dealings with regard to profiting from the war in Iran. The Financial Times reported that your broker tried to buy hundreds of shares in a BlackRock fund invested in defense companies just before the war began.
Honestly, guys, I'm getting tired of doing the paper trail money conversations because the people asking these questions are also guilty of the same shit. Every single one of these, we can just take Ukraine, the Ukraine complete money laundering scheme Ukraine war was. Mostly the Democrats pushing that, but they all were in on it. Obviously, they all voted for that, the cash grab of the American tax dollar, which went right into the warmonger's pocket. So I don't know why this is the focus. They're all crooks. They all make money off of insider trading, all of them, because when it comes time to vote, that not being legal. If you take a political office, a public office, a public servant, you're a public freaking servant. All of you are in that room. You should not be able to do any insider trading or invest in this and move this and Hunter Biden and Burisma that. And Donnie Trump Jr. this and that. So they're all part of this. So I don't know why we're talking about crimes against humanity. Why are we not talking about crimes against humanity and murdering people and being locked up for the rest of your freaking life for intentionally murdering hundreds and thousands of people? Why are we not talking? I don't know. You're all crooks. Every last freaking one of you are crooks. So we're gonna call them all guilty right there. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Just like that, the Superman 2 movie. Guilty, guilty, guilty. They're all guilty. All right, I'm done with this. So this will continue. This little charade will continue. It's a charade. Look, again, I talk about nuggets, these little moments. We can clip them. I'm not going to clip the live stuff we're watching right now, but somebody will. It'll be up on Twitter within the next couple hours. It'll be up on Twitter. You get the little nuggets, the little, we got you. But overall, this whole thing is all theater because why? Because Pete Hegseth is not going away in handcuffs. Do you understand that? That's never happening. None of them are going away in handcuffs. So we just got to take the little nuggets when we get them. And I guess enjoy those, right? Right, peasants? Right. Okay, let's move on to the next story. Yeah, that one, man, that really bummed me out. I really did appreciate a couple of those exchanges from yesterday, but man, just watching that live one right now, that just kind of bummed me out. Man, Elizabeth freaking Warren. Yeah, radical lefty, my ass. Yeah, right. Yeah, freaking right. Okay. Speaking of war crimes, oh my God, do we know who is the reigning champion of war crimes against humanity? Who would that be? Well, some might say the United States of America. Others might say Israel, our greatest ally of all time, ever to ever exist in the history of ever. Greatest ally. Well, maybe that doesn't really matter which one it is, because it sounds like we all kind of play the same playbook and we're kind of attached at the hip. It's kind of like Siamese twins. Who's really the one wagging what dog? Who's the tail? Who's the dog? Maybe it's two dogs and two tails. Who knows? But make no mistake, you guys, this complete annihilation of the Middle East is happening in real time. Every one of our greatest allies, neighbors of them, they're going through and destroying. And we're not doing anything about it. We're just pretending that they're just defending themselves, right? We don't get to have any consequences. Not for these reigning powers, not for the US war machine, the Greater Israel Project, the Israel war machine, and this entitled superiority complex of it was promised to us so we can do whatever the F we want to you. So let's look at what's happening right now in Lebanon. Just a quick update, because part of the theater is, and this is what we mean by who's the one doing what. And oh, Trump's trying to stand up to Netanyahu. Oh, he's really trying. And we hear that, we still hear that from MAGAs. Not true. So from suppressed news, U.S. President Trump says to Israel, and again, this is just for theater, for theater purposes, I asked Netanyahu to act more cautiously in Lebanon and avoid destroying buildings as it harms Israel's image. Of course, we're talking about image. We're not talking about right and wrong, morality. Actually, murdering people is wrong. No, it looks bad, man. It looks bad. So Trump asked Netanyahu to back off on the burning families alive. It looks bad, man. I love Lebanon and all its leadership, but the problem is that what is that Hezbollah thing, right? So just can you be a little more accurate about whose house you're blowing up? Could you please do that? And of course, Netanyahu responded, and we like to call him AI Netanyahu, of course, because why the hell not? Because they can do it. So we'll just call it AI Netanyahu, regardless of if it's human or not. We don't care at this point. Does it actually matter if he's human or not at this point? It's all one big scam anyways. Are we really talking about a human being anyways? Okay. This was Netanyahu's response, was to release this video to show us that he doesn't give an F, right? Yep. These are all the homes. Take that music off. These are all the homes that are being bombed right now in Lebanon. This is Netanyahu laughing about it, basically, as a response to Trump saying, and again, it's all theater. Let's see that again. And this is really disgusting if you think about it. I mean, these are families being wiped out in real time. That's what's happening. This is what's happening right now. So let's go a little deeper to where this comes from. What is this superiority, supremacy, entitlement promised to us? What is this? Is it individually a problem is it uniquely a bad apple problem of leadership? Is it a bad apple problem? We're at the point where that's obviously not even an option anymore. But I know people still think that. People still think that there's the bad apple Netanyahu who, if it wasn't for him, this wouldn't be happening. Oh no, it would be happening. Absolutely. This is just a random Zionist. Power to the people put this out. Zionists are so emboldened, they're proudly admitting their objective has always been to genocide and land theft. Oh, really? Yeah, kind of is. And they are kind of proud of it. They don't hide it. This is what the Democratic and Republican parties are funding with your tax dollar. Here is it. And you guys can see this one dude, this one psycho Zionist, and you might, if you're still believing that Trump is fighting this, that you might think this is just one bad apple. No, this is the general consensus. We're going to settle in Lebanon, Gaza, everything will be settled. All the settlements will be Jewish, and the Arabs, with God's help, either of us, they will act like good children, or we will throw them one by one into their country. And you, together with them, I'm not afraid that you're filming on this. On the contrary, I'm proud. We're Jews, and the country is ours. The whole freaking country. Well, thanks for clarifying that. So so you can just go around bombing whoever you want, entitlement to anything you want to have. Yeah, that's how it works. AI Netanyahu is going to explain to you how this works and why it's so effective, because it takes a certain type of leader, right, to pull this off. It's a dictator type of genocider, and he's going to actually use the word genocide. I'm not kidding. This is the actual leader of Israel telling us how being a good leader, a good genocidal leader, pulls this shit off. Kind of like Nazis. Here it is.
Did the Nazis ask the Jews to leave, kindly leave, go out? Did others, you want me to name all the genocidal leaders of history? Just go one by one. Did anyone do this? Did they say, get out so we can come in? Of course not.
Let's hear that again. Look, let's hear that again. Why would you bring up that analogy? That's a little weird because I'm imagining that. I'm saying, oh, that sounds right, man. Could you let's see that one more time.
What, did the Nazis ask the Jews to leave, kindly leave, go out? Did others, you want me to name all the genocidal leaders of history? Just go one by one. Did anyone do this? Did they say, get out so we can come in? Of course not.
Of course not. You can't ask nicely. You can't ask nicely, guys. Come on. You got to take it by force, right? You got to take it by force. So this is not just happening in the neighboring countries. This is happening right in the occupied land of the West Bank. Right? This is happening right there, where you can't blame it on Hezbollah. You can't blame it on Hamas. This is how Nazis behave. So imagine that they're wearing the full German outfits. This is from Al Jazeera.
Israeli forces moving into Kufr Aqab, just north of occupied East Jerusalem. Troops spread through the streets and alleyways, taking up positions at intersections. Rifles trained on residential buildings. In the nearby Qalandia refugee camp, Israeli military vehicles push deeper into densely populated streets. Residents say homes are no longer places of safety, but targets in a widening campaign of raids across the Israeli-occupied West Bank.
We were sleeping peacefully in our homes like everyone else when we were surprised to find the army storming our 7-story building. They evicted all residents from the building.
Witnesses describe entire buildings being taken over during the raids. Families ordered out, with little warning and no time to gather belongings, and nowhere to go.
When they arrived at our building, they told us we had to leave. We asked them, where are we going? The soldier said, go to your family's house or to the street. Go wherever you want, because the building is now a military barracks. We asked, how long will you be staying? He said 24 hours, but it might be longer. I asked him, where do I go now?
The Israeli military says such operations target armed groups.
Of course they do. It's only the armed groups, not innocent civilians, right? And just as the Nazis would say the same thing, right? Exactly.
But Palestinians and rights groups say civilians are paying the price. With more homes searched and more neighborhoods raided every day. A growing sense that nowhere is beyond reach. As the raids continue, so does the toll on communities already living under Israel's military occupation. Dalia Al-Masri, Al Jazeera.
And here's one more report. This particular one, these are the Israeli terrorist settlers. This is what they're doing. They're setting fire. And we hear that we talk about this on the show a lot. And like, just to have a report on this, this is real shit, man. This is real stuff. We're going to show you guys from Al Jazeera that the Israeli terrorists are setting fire to a Palestinian home in the West Bank. The residents of the home were reportedly still inside. And of course they knew it. Of course they knew it. That's the point. Yeah, that's Nazi Germany. That's what that is. That's what, at least that's what we were taught Nazi Germany was, right? That's the actual thing. That's it. This is what was banged over our heads, right? Banged into our skulls all through school, right? This is the worst thing you could possibly do. Nazi Germany doing this, and that they were soulless and heartless, and anytime you see depictions, they're completely like enjoying it. They enjoy the torturing of Jews, right? That's the whole thing. So that would never happen again, never again. But but this is that. This is exactly that. So what side are we? What are we doing? How do we? What? And again, this isn't bad apple situations. We understand this is policy. This isn't just Netanyahu policy. This is Israel. This is the entire structure of this fake ass country that is deliberately put there as a military installation for an arm, a reach for Western countries, for American imperialism, for obviously for the UK, European countries as well. But like, that's all it is. It's nothing else. It's a complete ethno state, and the entire thing is fake. And it's so the philosophy is going to be the same no matter who's in charge. It's going to be the same no matter who's in charge. So back to the original question, which is it's a rhetorical question, right? We're not U.S., Israel, who's in charge. We mirror each other. We are mirroring that logic, that Netanyahu good leadership, good Nazi leadership. We don't ask nicely. We force our way. We do it by force. It's the same language we get from Pete Hegseth. We understand it's the death and destruction. We negotiate with bombs, not words. So we mirror the same policy. That's us. They are us. Israel is us. The only difference is the physical population. I think that's the only difference, is the sentiment of the people. We would not tolerate that. More people that find this out, we won't tolerate that. Israel knows this. The Israelis know this is happening, and they certainly not just tolerate it, they champion it. So that's the only difference. But as far as policy goes, we're the same. We're the same. We're the same. So here is Trump doing his his best version of the powerful dictator. I'm in charge of everything right now when it comes to Iran, even though we're not really in charge of anything.
Iran, how long are you prepared to maintain the blockade? Could that go several more months?
Well, the blockade is genius, okay? The blockade has been 100% foolproof. It shows how good our Navy is, I can tell you that. Nobody's going to play games. We have the greatest military in the world, and I built much of it during my first term, and we've been building it since. And the greatest anywhere in the world, nobody even close. And you see that whether it's Venezuela, and they have a good military in Venezuela, but it was over in one day. It was actually over in about.
So this braggadocious monologue, this is just his version of it, but it's the same mantra. It's the same mindset. It's superiority. It's supremacy. Greatest ever. This has been Trump's lingo the entire way, right? Greatest ever. Greatest at this. Greatest at that. There is something about being chosen to be great, the chosen of the great, and then to be so braggadocious about we're demonstrating how great we are by going around annihilating every country, taking all their resources. He's listing off what he says as accomplishments. He's listing off his war crimes one after the next, and then pretending that we have Iran right where we want them. And this is what Israel does too. They pretend that they have Iran right where they want them. They have everybody right where they want them. But the reality is the clock is ticking on both of our empires. It's definitely ticking. So and then the projection is out of control. The projection of who's actually in charge and what. So he's going to tell us right now what has to happen for this thing to end. What has to happen, Mr. President?
48 minutes. Iran, the same thing. I mean, militarily, we've wiped them out. They have no military left. It's all the Navy's at the bottom of the sea. The Air Force is never going to fly again.
Oh, we wiped them out, but yet they destroyed every one of our military bases in the entire region. Bravo, by the way. Bravo for destroying all the military installations that we should never have had set up. But yeah, that happened. So, okay, but you left that part out.
We've got an amazing military. Now they have to cry uncle. That's all they have to do. Just say, we give up. We give up. But their economy is really in trouble. So it's a dead economy.
This is crazy. This is crazy. You know, it reminds me of, I just thought of this. It's like, you see somebody arm wrestling, and you know, in that arm wrestle where the guy that's going to lose because they're just not as good. And you can see, you know, right. Cause the hand's getting lower. Right. But they're not out. They're not out. They're just like an inch from the table, and it's going like this. It's going like that. And if you're the guy on the bottom, this is what you sound like. Exactly what Trump just is doing. Come on. All you got to do is give up. All you got to do is give up. Come on. Come on. So who's saying that? Not the person on top. Why would you have to say you got him? You're going to win. So you're holding them there. And the person down here is begging you to give up. Just cry uncle. Just cry uncle. So that's what we're in basically the end of an arm wrestle and just an inch from the table. That's what's happening here. Just to be clear, that's where we're at. And this is and then we'll end this with a little positive, because I know a lot of this is really troubling. All of this, I mean, day after day, we have this stuff right in our faces, and it's like, are you kidding me? Every single time, right? But this is a little bit of good news we got from Iran. I wanted to share this, and of course, our media is not going to cover this stuff, but this is just a little bit of something that makes us feel a bit hopeful, because these are our friends over there. They really are. Let's grab this. Where did it go? Hold on. Sometimes we lose files here. Okay, we got it. Hold on. It was in the wrong spot. This is great. So you know how we mentioned to you the military bases that have been annihilated, and we're applauding that. We're saying, yes, thank you, Iran, for destroying those military bases. We don't need them. We don't want them. We want them gone. And it sounds like they are. And look at the consequences. We didn't even anticipate this as a positive consequences beyond the fact that they're gone. We don't need them. We don't want them. Why would we want anybody to have their military bases set up around our country? It's crazy. It's freaking crazy. But we got this news that it rained in Iran. The years-long drought suddenly ended. It's raining. Rivers are returning to their dried-up beds, and the country is blossoming before our eyes. Many have noticed that the climate changed immediately after U.S. and Israeli military facilities were destroyed in the region. Isn't that interesting? According to information from open sources, Iran carried out strikes on cloud seeding radars. What? Now that is interesting. They carried out strikes on cloud seeding radars in the UAE. It was reported that after this, the temperature in Tehran dropped by 5 degrees, and it started raining and snowing. In an era after the leak of Epstein's archives, it's hard to be surprised by anything. We agree here on the show. If Western elites hid monstrous crimes against children for years, which they did, why wouldn't they also siphon off water from an entire country? The war with Iran isn't just being waged with missiles. It seems that it was also being waged with drought, weather manipulation, right? Oh, yeah. Because there's no moral compass. Nobody's in the room saying, maybe that's going too far, guys. Let's just bomb the schools, murder a few of them, blow up some homes. Do we really have to F with their weather too? Oh yeah, we're doing it. We're effing doing it. If the destruction of facilities really led to the restoration of normal weather, then the drought wasn't a natural anomaly, was it? Oh, interesting. Little conspiracy theories going on here, right? And they're checking out, aren't they? But a man-made weapon, of course. Iran got rain. Another topic that was previously mocked as conspiracy theory seems to be becoming a reality, and they certainly did get the rain. Here it is. A happy little moment happening right now in a region that is probably more insane and intense than we can fully imagine being here. But this is what's they had a years-long drought, guys. Years. That's something to cherish in this moment. And knowing that it happened so quickly as a direct result of taking out these installations, these military installations, and this cloud seeding technology, how interesting that it would just all, change the weather right back down 5 degrees and allow a natural rain to occur. How cool is that? So, okay. That's cool. That's really cool. All right, let's go ahead and move on here. We have I didn't load any clips here in the middle, but I think what we're gonna do some top censor news. Let me make sure we got a couple you guys putting some super chats. We got you, Citizen. This is a new one from Citizen. Thank you for the super chat. Proud of you. You won me over on weather, and Jay's right. Secret society's rigged the world to see us fall because Jang's exposing them, Epstein classes, out to get him. Yeah, I just wish Jang would not. I hate that he got called out. You guys know Professor Jang. He's like not a professor, and that sucks. Why would you put professor in your name if you're not a professor? But he's done some great work. Jay's been working on getting him on the show. I think we've been looking to do that. Okay, this is what I'm going to do right now. We're going to just put on a little what do we got here? I'm just going to throw up a card. We'll be back. Shoot, I don't even have the card. I don't even have the card set up. Let's grab it real quick. And we'll grab it real quick. We're going to be right back with this is the one you guys are going to like this one. We're going to do some top censored news right about now. And it's a good one, guys. And that's why we saved it, because we knew that the audience trickles in a little at a time. So let's go ahead and give us 2 minutes. We're setting this up. It's top censored news of the week. We're coming to you. We'll be back here in 2 minutes. Let me just grab this. Okay, there we go. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's Top Censored News of the Week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. But if they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way. And it's always on purpose. Coming in at number 3 on Top Censored News this week, the LA fires have proved once again to be a land grab after LA Mayor Karen Bass's leaked phone call. Ooh, you guys, you're going to love this one. This is great. You guys know we're right here in LA, and we've been calling this thing a land grab from the beginning. The fires happened in early January, right after New Year's of the previous year, 2025. And everything about this looked very, very, very fishy. So let's just, before we get to the leaked phone call, let's just flash back and get a look at the way Karen Bass behaved when because she was out of the country conveniently. She was out of the country. She was in Asia, and she had to fly back during the fires. And these fires, they destroyed thousands and thousands of homes. This thing was absolutely disgusting. And there was all this weird shit going on with Gavin Newsom. You had all this, the State Farm Insurance canceling everybody's home policies, fire policies. Just weeks before this happened, you had the Palisades, the water that was supposed to be available was completely dried up, and that's why the Palisades went up in smoke, and the firefighters couldn't do anything. So the leadership is the weirdest part because they didn't even try. This is Karen Bass back when she touched down in LA. She had the whole plane ride to come up with something to say. Here's what she came up with.
Citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today?
It would have been better if she just said, I need to talk to my lawyer before I say anything. That would have been at least something. She doesn't say anything. Listen to this. There's nothing to hear.
Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
She was in Ghana. And again, a whole plane ride home to think about this moment. And this is what she came up with. Nothing. It's almost as if she has something to hide. Huh? What would that be? When we reported this back in January of last year, we told you guys that this is somebody that has handlers and she's not allowed to say anything without their approval. That's what it looks like. But as far as her guilt, it's starting to look let's watch a little more of this, but wait till when you hear this phone call, it's going to start to look less like she's just a servant and more like she's a active participant in the shady ass behavior. And why the land grab? What is going on here? You guys know what's going on. We'll get back to that in more detail in just a moment, but what's going on is the land grab it's convenient for LA because we have the Olympics coming up in 2028. It's right around the corner, and you got to get all the property away from people owning the property and get it to the banks, and then you can lock down 15-minute cities. We call it smart cities. It's a whole thing. Well, I'll just cut to it. This is just this is the thing. This is an actual plan. This is the plan for the Olympics. Smart LA. Smart LA only exists if the banks own everything. That's it. How do you do that? You got to burn down property. You got to force people into situations where they have to sell their land. It's a similar plot we saw in Lahaina just months previously. Similar playbook exactly. You get everybody on board. It's a lot easier to do in LA because people they're not natives here. They came from somewhere else. So it's a lot easier to get people a good deal on their property, especially when their shit's already burnt to the ground. Here's a big check, get the hell out of here. So it's actually harder to do in Hawaii. And we saw a lot of natives resisting that, and that was good. You want to resist that as much as you can. So yeah, all that happened, but a little bit more on her body language during this thing. It's still going. It's still going. She's a mute. A total mute. Look at this. The mayor of LA. She lives right up the street from us. And protests all the time in front of her house, which we love.
Madam Mayor, let me ask you just again, have you anything to say to the citizens today as you return?
No. They're gonna Ma'am, hold on 1 second.
Madam Mayor, just a few words for the citizens today as you return to deal with the catastrophe.
Can you take this down?
Okay, enough of that. Let's get to the phone call, shall we? Okay. From Wall Street Apes, leaked phone call from January 4th, 2025, just 3 days before the fire. Oh shit. Okay. So this is a phone call between LA Mayor Karen Bass and John Ale. Who's John Ale? A property manager and whistleblower in the Pacific Palisades. So he became a whistleblower after the incident, which happened 3 days after the phone call. John Ale contacted Karen Bass. He initiated the call to warn her about the extreme fire risks due to the weather conditions and the high winds and all that weather modification that was going on. Because we know about that. We know about the 100-mile-an-hour winds that are literally impossible to have in that Malibu area. Impossible. Never happened before. Hasn't happened since. It just happened to happen at that moment, 3 days before, leading up to this. So let's hear this phone call that should be a very concerned mayor, right? Saying, let's do something about this. Well, quite the opposite happened. Buckle up. This is going to be a doozy.
Situation is very dangerous, and I would never do. I will take the criticism before I do a publicity stunt. And frankly, a press conference at this point in time would just be publicity.
I think the neighbors, the property owners, and the residents. I mean, 41,000 people live within a square mile here.
Yeah.
Two families share a one-bedroom apartment.
But they want to hear that something is going to be done.
They want to know it's recognized. They want to know it's recognized.
They want to know it's recognized. And she's like, oh yeah, no, I don't want to. I'm not going to say. I don't want to tell people anything's wrong because I'm just going to stay quiet. So my quiet streak starts now. My mute streak. I'm going to go silent, doing it for a good cause. I won't say a word. As soon as I get off this phone call, I'm not saying a word for the next 3-4 days. Okay. Sound good? But he's urging, he's saying, no, you got to do, this isn't publicity. This is you doing your job. Tell people what the F is going on.
Exactly. But if I have a choice between that and compromising something, I just have to go along with it. It's not my area of expertise. I want to make sure that you are safe. And hopefully you can read in between the lines. But I would just...
Whoa. What did you just say? Read between the lines? Ooh. So there's stuff you aren't saying on this call that you know. You know something. You know something. What am I not saying? Wink, wink. What is it? What is it that you're hiding?
Appreciate. And it's hard for me to tell you this, but hold tight. You will understand soon.
Okay.
You will. So hold tight. So I can't tell you what I know. I know you don't know what I know. I know something you don't know. And if you hold on, be patient, you will find out. I will tell you when I'm allowed to tell you what the thing is that I know. And it has everything to do with this conversation about how you want us to tell people what's happening because you want to save lives and save homes. We're not actually in that business of saving lives and homes right now, particularly the homes. We want them burnt down. That's the point. And then you buy up then the banks can rebuild and do these non-single family households, which is the point. So that it's all owned by banks and property managers, not actual families owning the property. That's the effing point. So she's telling him, I have secret information and you need to hold on.
Okay?
Okay.
And when I am able to talk, I will be happy to go into great detail.
Okay. And you've got me on the street and you're welcome to call me at any time. I'll call you right back.
No problem. And just in terms of my trip, just so you know, I'm missing 2 work days. That's it. And if President Biden extends me an invitation, I took it.
I'm extending 2 days. So, in other words, she can tell him exactly when she'll be flying home because she knows those 2 days that she's leaving, which is the next day and the day after. Those are the days that the thing's going to happen, that the thing that was planned is going to freaking happen, and she's not going to be there when it does. And then she'll come back and she'll follow instructions. So what is it that she knows? Well, let's actually, because she ain't going to say any more about this. And by the way, she's not getting called out on any of this. That's why it's part of Top Censored News. But we told you in the header, John Ale turned out to be a whistleblower himself. That's what happened. You heard him on the call. He was very cooperative. He was hopeful, but he was scared because he understood that his whole life and all of his people are in the Palisades. And every one of those houses and properties and lives were affected by this moment. This is a big deal. This phone call is a big deal. Let's hear John Ale himself describe what his interpretation of what actually happened on this phone call. Here we go, guys. Buckle up.
And I wanted to disclose today that I'm the person on the recording with Karen Bass who called me on my cell phone.
The situation is very dangerous, and I would never do. I will take the criticism before I do a publicity stunt. And frankly, a press conference at this point in time would just be publicity.
And told me she was boarding the plane that day, January 4th at 12 noon on a Saturday to Ghana. And you're welcome to call me at any time. I'll call you right back.
No problem. And just in terms of my trip, just so you know, I'm missing 2 work days.
Yeah, there's your 2 work days.
I warned her and advised her of the National Weather Service conditions on winds that were predicted. She said she was still leaving. I think the neighbors, the property owners, and the residents. I mean, 41,000 people live within a square mile here.
Yeah.
2 families share a 1-bedroom apartment.
But they want to hear that something is going to be done.
They want to know it's recognized. But they want to know it's recognized.
Exactly. But if I have a choice between that and compromising something, I just have to go along with it. It's not my area of expertise.
I lost my parents in the aftermath of the fire. I lost my family home. My parents lost their home. My sister lost her home. Many people died after from the confusion.
I want to make sure that you are safe.
Well, no, he's not safe because he lost his family. That happened. So she's more than just a pawn, a servant, which we report again. We reported that was the extent that we could tell at the time of her guilt in this, is that she was a servant to something bigger that she just had no role in. She's clearly had a role. She knew the information. She's telling him I have information. That's why she left the country. This whole thing was clearly a land grab. This is what it's about. Smart LA 2028. And if you don't think this is an exact replica, a blueprint of Lahaina, all you have to do is ask the governor himself, and he'll tell that he spoke directly with Governor Josh Green from Hawaii to give him the actual blueprint of how to deal with this thing. Here it is.
Talking to Josh Green, the governor of down in Hawaii, who had some ideas around some land use concerns he has around speculators coming in, buying up properties and the like. So we're already working with our legal teams to move those things forward, and we'll be presenting.
Oh yeah, we're moving, we're rocking and rolling now. We're getting the job done. We're taking the property. We're putting it in the right hands of BlackRock and the big banks, the big wigs, and we're getting everything set for our 15-minute city. Let's go Olympics 2028, and F you, all you LA residents. Even though we knew this was happening, we actually planned the whole thing. But hey, there you go. So leaked phone call. You know the mainstream ain't gonna be playing this on their networks. That's why we got to do it on Top Censored News. Okay. Moving on, coming in at number 2, Top Censored News of the week. Israeli terrorists hijacked the global summit aid flotilla about 1,000 kilometers from Gaza coast, taking 70 vessels and 175 activists hostage. Yeah, this actually happened. And, you guys know about the previous flotillas. It seems like everyone that gets sent and what is it for? To give aid to people who are starving to death. in Gaza, which we turned into a parking lot. So anyone who's still alive out of the 2.1 million people who are still alive could use a little help right now. And that's what the flotilla is always about. And a lot of people don't know that this new flotilla took off a few weeks ago this month. And of course, Israel doesn't let it get through. From the cradle, the flotilla, they put out footage of the Israeli terrorists intercepting their vessels. And according to Israeli army radio, they'd been intercepting it when it was far away from Gaza. And they said, quote, this time, due to the size, and we're talking about they captured 70 of the vessels. Due to the size, we decided to surprise them from a long distance. So this is the surprise attack by the terrorist navy of our greatest allies in the world. Here it is.
The lawful maritime security blockade of the Gaza Strip constitute a violation of international law. If you wish to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza, you may do so through established and recognized channels. Please change your course and return to your port of origin. If you're carrying humanitarian aid, you're invited to proceed to the port of Ashdod, where the aid will undergo a security inspection and will subsequently be transferred to the Gaza Strip. You're required to change your course. Any further attempt to sail toward Gaza places your safety at risk and leaves the IDF no choice but to take all necessary measures at its disposal to enforce the lawful maritime security blockade. It is dangerous to remain on your current course. If you continue an attempt to breach the maritime blockade, we will stop your vessel and act to seize it through legal proceedings in court. You bear full responsibility for your actions.
It's always the hypocrisy, is it, right? That they're saying you guys are the ones violating laws, not us. We're here to police you, even though you're trying to bring aid to starving people who we're deliberately starving. And that's the whole point, is we want them to starve to death, right? That's the actual freaking point. Here's how the Jerusalem Post likes to report on this. The Navy detains over 20 flotilla ships. Well, it was more than 20. 175 activists en route to Gaza. Leading up to the reports of Israeli boarding, well, this is hijacking. It's not, they're not, okay. The activist ships were allegedly approached by Israeli fast boats pointing lasers and semi-automatic assault weapons. And over 20 ships and around 175 activists, part of the Gaza-bound flotilla, were intercepted by the Israeli, terrorized and hijacked and kidnapped is more like it. The MFA said on X Thursday that the vessels and activists were en route to Israel on Israeli ships. Huh? What? Because they consider Gaza to be Israel. That's the point. That's why they can call it, like, hey, you're coming into our land. What are you doing? It's our land. It's insane. Insane. So due to the large number of vessels, that's why they did it early. Because they wanted to, let me get this straight. The Israeli Navy terrorist psychopaths, they wanted to lower the risk of escalation by attacking them further away from Gaza than they would have expected. Wow. The need to prevent the breach of a lawful blockade. Wow. The operation was carried out in international waters peacefully and without any casualties. Oh, you didn't kill any of them in the process. Whoa, good job. Because we usually like to kill as many people as possible. This time we showed some restraint. We showed some restraint. So obviously, the Gaza flotilla group said that the incident was clearly an act of piracy in international waters, which that's a crime. You can't do that. You can't do that. Here's an update from the Cradle. Yeah, this is what was reported. They have now captured them. An operation characterized by the Turkish and Spanish officials yes, as an act of piracy, Israeli military speedboats surrounded the convoy of over 70 vessels, utilizing communication, jamming and boarding teams armed with semi-automatic weapons. After surrounding the convoy, they cut down there the second paragraph. Israel's foreign minister said its forces detained around 175 activists aboard the Gaza-bound boats, adding they were being transferred peacefully to Israel. Yeah, a video shared on X showed the detainees on board captioned, and this is what they captioned in Hebrew: the activists enjoying themselves. Wow. Because that's how it feels when you get kidnapped by an enemy and put into their vessel. That's an enjoyable experience. That's what they're saying. Because, and we know that RFK would back this up, because he will tell you the most moral army in the world. So they can always just tell us, yeah, this looks really enjoyable. There it is. Look at that. It's very nice. They literally put this footage out and wrote on the caption, they're hostages, basically. They're detainees, whatever you want to call them, enjoying themselves. This is, I wish I can I book a spot on the next one just for this, because this seems like a really fun way to end the experience. And then of course not get the aid to the place that we were trying to get it to. So of course this would be enjoyable, right? Not to be stopped from actually doing the humanitarian work and the aid and actually helping people. We're not going to be able to do that now. Certainly that's an enjoyable idea to be thinking about while you're sitting here in this very odd formation, surrounded by these psychopaths for who knows how many hours it's going to take, because they're going back they ain't going home right now. That's the other thing. So they're not going home. Very enjoyable experience. But you know what? Shout out to all of the flotilla activists, because they do know what they're signing up for when they go out there, and that is something that they know they're willing to take the risk, and there you go. And that story is not being reported by Western media outlets, or misreported, or put down to a lower page 6. You're not going to find it. But that's happening, and they deserve our support right now. Okay, let's take care of business here, guys. It's time for the number one story. The number one story of top censored news. This one's a doozy. This one. Shoot. Okay, let me grab this thing. Hold on real quick. Yeah, this one is this one's a big one. Okay. Give me 1 second. Here we go. We'll edit this out in post. All right, coming in at number one, top censored news of the week. Bill Gates has developed a microneedle patch implant that installs both modified mRNA and permanent quantum dot QR codes right into our bodies. Huh? What? This is real? What? What's going on here? What the hell is going on here? Well, according to HealthBot, meet Bill Gates' new microneedle. It installs modified RNA or mRNA. That's the gene therapy from the COVID vax. So it's going to implant that in a modified way inside you, along with a quantum dot, which is these QR codes, goes right into you. So plan for mass rollout during the next pandemic, which we've been told over and over is coming. It's a sure thing. It's a sure thing. Bill Gates says that all the time. It's a sure thing. A biological vaccine passport, controlling who can shop, dine, or travel. We know the game plan. We know the game plan. Let's see a little breakdown from Nicholas Holster. Here we go.
Next mRNA platform, vaccine platform that they try and roll out at a wide scale. So first in 2019, Gates funded a study for the original development of these quantum dot implants. So it's a microneedle patch array. So it's got a bunch of mini needles. It's like a Band-Aid. You put it on your wrist, it dissolves, and it installs these quantum dot materials that last for at least 5 years. So they developed that in 2019. Now in 2025, Gates funded another study that shows just how advanced now this technology has become. It is advancing at a very fast pace. Now these microneedle patches can install literal quantum dot QR codes that can be read with AI with specialized cameras and decoded to store batch information, lot number, how many doses you received. There you go. They put it on the pig. That's what it looks like. It's a literal QR code. You will be marked. This lasts, again, for years, perhaps permanently. And this will be used as a biological vaccine passport system where you won't use your phone. You won't use the QR code on your phone to enter the store and travel. You will use your wrist where this material is embedded in your body. And so this is very dangerous. And this even earned a spot at the 2025 Global Vaccine Forum, where they had their own session on these microneedle patch implants. So this is planned for wide-scale deployment for another pandemic.
There it is. There it is. He's still working with the CHD and the McCullough Foundation. These are good organizations that are still making this type of work, number one. So we appreciate that work there. But I want to take this moment to do a little flashback to something you guys might not have known had happened at the time. I've referenced it before to people in conversations, and I think on the show once, but I hadn't actually played the clip ever. So this might be your first time seeing this clip. But if you guys know the actor Kal Penn, who was he left Hollywood after Harold and Kumar, that series, go to White Castle. Kal Penn got a job on the Obama team for those 8 years of his presidency, and so he was very political. So what a great person to handpick by Bill Gates to sit down with him and do a fake ass interview back in 2022 when people were asking questions about this exact thing. They were asking about the microchip situation and the tracking and the things we talk about all the time that are so prevalent now in our lexicon of stuff that's right in front of our faces now, that maybe in 2022, if we can flash back 4 years, if you brought up tracking or microchips or anything like that, you were looked as a nut job. Now that's all, everything is tracking. Everything is. So we'll play you guys a clip to show you how the theater worked back then. And the theater is part of laughing at people who ask questions. And that's what this whole thing was about. The event was called Goalkeepers 2022, and it features Bill Gates and actor Obama guy Kal Penn pretending to conduct an interview.
What was different from your experience about misinformation in the past 2 years? I mean, you've been a target, obviously, of something like this before. Is it more of the same, or have the last 2 years had?
Wait, your lead-in of the question, Cal, was a billionaire is a target? Oh God, I can see that's a concern. We should be concerned. We should be concerned about billionaires being targets. Oh, poor Bill.
A markedly different experience.
No, the pandemic was completely unexpected. I mean, literally, most days during the pandemics, 90% of the messages, millions of them that had anything to do with me, were about how maybe vaccines were a plot. You know, this whole tracking thing. You know, why do I want to track you? I don't know. You know.
Why would I want to track you? I don't know. What good is information about you? How is it going to help me to know everything about you? I don't understand. Why would I do that? And Kal Penn, you have to be crazy to think that whoever controls information has power. You'd be crazy. Why would you think that?
Do I have time to track all these people? And
because as we know how tracking works is you go door to door and you ask, "Hi, my name's Bill. Can I track you?" "Oh, thank you. Sign here, please." "Hi, my name's..." So this I don't have time garbage, such garbage, and Kal Penn laughing along with this shit.
Really interesting.
Yeah, no, right. I could tell you a lot about yourself. And So, you know, in a way, it was so strange.
Isn't that funny how 4 years, what a difference 4 years makes? What a difference. I could tell you a lot about yourself. Yeah, that's, we have that now. It's AI. It tells us exactly about ourselves. It writes for us, as us. It looks like us. It talks, it breathes, it thinks, it suggests stuff. Everything's in our scroll. What are you talking about? Of course, vaccine, everybody complying and going along with the next thing is a tool, obviously, to implement safety mechanisms. Everything's about pretending to be for safety, but it's really for control. We know all this. So how dare you sit here, Kal Penn? I wonder if he reflected on this ever since these last 4 years. I wonder if, or maybe he just forgot about it and nobody talks about it. But we found it for this exact reason, because it's all about the effing tracking. Of course it's about tracking.
It was almost funny, but then, you know, I'd go out in the street and people would yell at me for putting chips in them. And, you know, things were written about, you know, these vaccines were actually to kill people instead of to save their lives. So,
yeah, that's right. It was being written about because it was being investigated and it looked to check out. It checked out 4 years ago and it certainly checks out now. But, oh, those crazy people. And how dare they yell at me? I'm just a lowly billionaire.
I'd say the biggest tragedy is that it fragmented society, where certain sources, if they told you to wear a mask, that was the last thing you were going to do. Or they told you, you know, to get the vaccine, particularly to protect, reduce transmission to elderly people, they didn't comply. And so it is a phenomena that held us back and hurt us in a pretty dramatic way.
Yeah, there's a guy I want to sit down and talk with. Totally honest dude. Nothing to see here. Pandemic, we didn't see it coming, even though I've been predicting the next one the whole way, saying not only is it, I'm predicting it, he's saying it's definitely going to happen. There's definitely a next one. Definitely. And he knew that the first time too. How do we know? Well, because of the Epstein files, one of the most important documents exposed was an email conversation from March 19th, 2015. March 19th, 2015. That's exactly 5 years before the lockdown began. The subject of the email was preparing for pandemics, preparing for the thing he just told Kal Penn 7 years after this, telling Kal Penn, we didn't see it coming. This email was between Jeffrey Epstein and these other two people that are completely tied to the WHO and Bill Gates, Terje Rod Larson and Walter Kemp. They were involving next steps between working with their agencies, the WHO, which Bill Gates is a biggest contributor to, the biggest single contributor to the WHO is Bill Gates, and working with the ICRC, who are also all connected, also associated with Bill Gates. There are no coincidences. The email, if you guys didn't see it, I mean, this is just kind of breaks it down and shows you that they're literally discussing this on a joint email. And this is the key that sticks out is I hope we can pull this off. It's preparing for pandemics. I hope we can pull this off. Well, they certainly did get away with it to a degree. They did pull it off. And the fact that these emails are available now to all of us is just, it's fascinating that didn't even stop them. It didn't even end it. It just, we have this information, and yet there's still people looking for they're waiting for the next vaccine to come out. They're waiting to get in line and be told what to do. What do we have to do next? What do we have to do? They're not concerned about reading email. They don't want to see these files. It's too much. I don't want to process. It's too much. And then there's those who think, oh, Trump, he got into office to stop this stuff, right? Right? As soon as Trump gets alone with Bill Gates, he's going to give him a piece of his mind. Well, he had the chance right here.
And so I deeply appreciate your leadership there as well.
Thank you. Really, and a really amazing job you've done. Thank you. Bill, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Well, I'm in the second phase of my career, giving away all the wonderful money that Satya's good work has helped multiply a lot. But I think the thing that ties my first career that I still spend some time on, because AI is so phenomenal. And my second career is innovation, innovating in health in areas like vaccines or gene editing. And the President and I are talking about taking American innovation.
Okay, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but there was a little freeze. Hold on, let me try this. Okay. Okay, sorry about that, guys. StreamYard did a little freeze on us. So let's just go ahead and I'll get to the end of that video. We'll edit it in post. We're wrapping up top censored news. We got some more stuff coming up for you guys here. So let me just replay that. This happens once in a while. It's pretty weird when they do this. But yeah, we have to roll with the punches. Here is the end of Bill Gates, and just to watching the reaction from Trump.
And so I deeply appreciate your leadership there.
Like HIV and sickle cell, we do need new science, but the U.S. Has the seeds that, in the same way that Warp Speed took those seeds and put them together, I think something fantastic can be done. AI for our foundation is that we want a doctor for everyone in Africa through AI. We want farmers to have incredible advice, and kids to have a chance to learn. So the work being done by the people at this table is changing the world. It's coming fast, so it's great. We all get together and talk about how the U.S. can lead in this key area and apply it even to the poorest outside the U.S. as well as to our great citizens. So thank you for incredible leadership, including getting this group together.
Thank you, Bill.
Oh, thank you, Bill. You're a good man, my friend. Good man. And that's what we voted for right here. More of this shit. Yeah, no one's coming to save us from this shit. So what we have to do is we have to resist at all costs. We learned our lesson. And anybody that didn't understand it the first time, you better have figured it out by now, because when this next pandemic comes, believe me, people are going to be signing up for this shit. You think it's weird to have a QR code in your arm? We think it's weird. There's people that are like, oh, that's convenient. That'll help people that are struggling. That's how they get you. They get you with it's for safety. And we love, and Bill Gates, we just love helping out people that are impoverished, and it's easier for them to just have access to things. And it's just it's easier for them, right? So they don't have to get their wallet stolen. They can just put their arm out. So these are all the excuses, and people will be signing up for this shit, but we're not going to fall for it. And no one's coming to save us in any political position of power. That's not happening. Trump made that absolutely clear. And this is the only ways we're going to have these conversations, is that we have them ourselves. No one in the media is going to come and save us either and do real reporting on this. As we saw through the years of COVID, none of them talk to us like real people that were dealing with this complete scam of a pandemic. And now we now know that it was a little bit nefarious. No, we knew it at the time. We freaking knew it the whole time, and they were canceling us left and right. And we never got an apology for it. So we don't need the apology. We're going to keep doing the work. And that's why we bring you guys top censored news of the week. All right. We'll have to edit the rest of that in post in between when we'll upload the whole thing there for you guys. Oh man, we have got some good stuff coming up for you guys right now. Let's do this. Jay's supposed to come in right now, or I could do another story. Let me check in, because we got a few that we're going to be doing with Jay Scott. And we also have Michael Jackson's story. I was going to maybe throw that in here first, or we could do it afterwards. And then we also have the UFO story that's coming up as well. So we got the Trump UFO story, we got Michael Jackson, and we have what's going on here with Jay Scott. So let me just do this. Actually, I'm just going to set this, because we got booted off of here by StreamYard, and then we got put back on, which is really weird. Hold on a second here. Let's do it like this. I'm just going to throw a card up. Yeah, let's just do the card. And then what will happen is we will be right back with one of the, either with Jay Scott or the Michael Jackson story. I'm going to figure that out right now. One of them is coming up. Go grab yourself a drink, guys. And we'll see you guys right back here. And give me about 2.5, maybe 3. Okay. See you. Okay, we're back, guys. We're back. I was just about to start the Michael Jackson one, but we did hear from Jay, and he's should be logging in right now. So we're going to get to some. We got some great stories here that are so important. They're all important. You guys know we only cover the stuff if it's important to us. There's so much stuff we can't get to, but it's like we take the best of the best and we try and get it to you guys. We're on 2 times a week. We're on Tuesdays, Thursdays, basically all afternoon. We joke about trying to do a 4-hour show. Actually, we originally tried to do a 3-hour show, then it turned into 4. And now we're happy if we can cut off at 4, but they always end up going to 5 for some reason. That's just how it goes sometimes. No, we make no mistake about it, guys. When we dig in, we dig in. We don't just brush through these things. We put the time, the effort, the heart and soul. And I know you guys know that watch us regularly, and you see the work we do just to get one show is it's a ton of work. It's a ton of work because we don't want to just 50% half-ass this shit. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You want half-ass, just turn on CNN, and they'll just keep regurgitating the same headline. We look at the headline and we look at what's wrong with that headline and what's not being said, and then we go a little further. We ask questions, and I think another thing I think you guys appreciate about us is that we will look for historical context and we will grab clips. As you guys saw in the previous ones, we're doing top censored news. We show you what's happening right now that they're not covering, and then we try to figure out why they're not covering it. What are they saying wrong, or if at all, what are they leaving out? And then it might go, oh, that's because of this, and we'll go grab that thing from 4 years ago and show it to you and go, oh, now it makes sense. And that's what the work should be about, and it does take time. So we appreciate your support throughout it all. We appreciate when you guys show up and you engage with us. It really goes a long way, every bit of your engagement. So we'll be talking back with you guys later after the segments with Jay. I'm about to bring Jay Scott in right now. We did end up pushing the Michael Jackson one. We're going to do that also later on, plus the UFO story. I think we'll be able to get to all that. We'll probably save we'll probably not do the loudest voice because we've done a bunch of those. We'll probably cut that one, but lots going on right now, guys. So let's go ahead and bring in our co-host, help us out with these next few very important stories. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Great to be back. Just got back from Puerto Rico, revitalized, re-energized, and I'm ready to get to these stories. So,
great.
Yeah, how's everything going with you, man?
Well, it's been tough, man, and we spoke a bit about it. I've been sharing a little bit with the viewers, and I know people watching, they know the situation. They know Leslie's been part of this show, a communicator with as a health worker, a healthcare worker, and a people healthcare worker that actually has been fighting the system from within, and we're dealing with personal trauma right now with the fact that her father is actually a victim of the thing we talk about all the time. He's actually a person that represents the model of somebody signs up because they thought they were doing the right thing and they were tricked into it, and it's not fair. It's not right. And now we're dealing with those outcomes, all of that right now. It's really, really bad. And it's been how long now? 5-6 years now. And a lot of people think, oh, the COVID's in the rearview mirror. It's in the rearview mirror. No, it's not. Hell no, it's not. We're seeing ramifications from this all these years later, and we were warned about that. We said this isn't something that's going to happen right away. This is something for some people. Yes, some people got the shot and they were screwed pretty quickly. Some people, oh, I'm good. And then what happens? You got all these new ailments. You got these things. You got stuff that comes back into play. Let's say you were cancer free. Guess what? It's back.
Yeah,
my father-in-law. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, finish up. What were you saying?
I was gonna say, my father-in-law was one of those examples. Somebody who they would deflect and say, oh well, you already had an issue. You had a little issue, but pre-COVID, not a big deal. Might have been susceptible to blood clotting. Never had any issue ever. He was totally healthy. Turns out, what does this mRNA do? When it gets injected in your body, it goes through every part of your body, and it's replicating the components from the thing that you're trying to protect yourself from, which is so weird to me. I don't understand why are we creating this thing and pretending that our body's going to fight it off when it's really just being created to attack our body and to attack our immune system. So that's what we've been seeing. And right now, today, as we speak, I wasn't going to do the show, and I told people when we started, we were considering not doing the show today just because it's so bad right now. We're talking about blood clotting that hasn't gone away. It's not just that. We got, this is a man who's had to deal with multiple things at once. You got the liver and kidney problems, kidney failure, being forced into dialysis when that's the exact opposite thing you need to be doing when you're fighting blood clotting. He also has brain bleeding. It's a massive problem all at once. And thank God Leslie, being healthcare worker, is the only advocate, and her brother as well, only advocates that can speak up and say this is something's wrong here, and be that deflector when they're trying to load up the patient with just an excess amount of more drugs that cause more problems. And you have to be really careful with these situations. But I think that we're at a point now where we just have to, obviously sending good thoughts and prayers and all that and positive vibes is really good. But here we are. And again, it's six years now since the lockdown, and like we're still feeling this. And there's people that want to change this conversation and talk about something else because it's too uncomfortable. Well, I got news for you. We don't care that it's uncomfortable for you. People's lives were affected. And if we want to stop this from happening again, we have to understand the components of how we got to where we are. How did this happen, and what can we do? By the way, who is going to be held responsible for this, which we're not seeing anybody being held responsible. So there's that too. So there's a lot more to talk about on this. There's a lot more for us to learn about and equip ourselves with, so we're ready for battle the next time this happens. I just wanted to get that off my chest.
No, for sure, man. And on the one positive thing, the one silver lining, I guess you could say, is at least you do have some time to spend with him, and hopefully, there's a way out of it, and you guys can get him back to health. But in the worst case scenario, God forbid, at least it wasn't a sudden, him being taken away suddenly, and you do get to spend some time with him, if he doesn't, wind up, pulling through. But, my prayers, are with you guys, sending all the good thoughts and good vibes. And it's a really tough thing, to see a family member, go through so much so close to you. And, again, I want to double down on what you said before we get into it. We can't just let this go by without getting justice for everybody, like, who's been hurt throughout this process, especially because they did it because they thought they were doing the right thing. They were essentially coerced into it, in a lot of situations. So, it's about learning the lesson moving forward and making sure we don't repeat the same mistake again, for sure. But it's also about getting justice, like for what happened in the past, because, why is it now the bar has been lowered so much, like in society, that we just accept it, oh, whatever, they poisoned half the world, but whatever, things happen, let's go on, I guess. Like, nah, I'm not ready to move on. I don't want to move on. I want to get justice. I've lost people, onto this shot too. So I've mentioned it before. So, but like a person who's like a second brother to me, my uncle, and now a friend, I have from Turks and Caicos, who's younger than me, now diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer. Like, there's so many people who've been affected by this, and we can't just sweep it under the rug. I refuse to let that happen. So that's why I'm glad, we are keeping this conversation going.
Yeah. Well, we're certainly, we're keeping an eye on the situation, but there's a couple big procedures happening today. One has already occurred, and it's a plasma surgery happening, and then there's another attempt at the dialysis, which is really risky when you're dealing with so much blood clotting. You really don't want to be doing both of those at the same time, but you have to if you're in a make or break it status. You have to figure out a way to do all these things at once. So that's what's happening right now. That's where obviously why Leslie's not here with us doing the thing. She usually comes in on Thursdays at some point, but that's not happening today. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on things right now, and on with the show. And what better way, since we're already discussing this, I do think that it's a long overdue for a We Know What It's Not. But this one is there's some good news. It's more like silver lining news, because we have all this horrible information, but we do have people doing the studies, getting the data out there, being voices for the people that don't have voices. And this is why we need to highlight these voices right now on today's We Know What It's Not. Let's go ahead and play in the intro. Here we go. And you guys know, we do a little tongue in cheek sometimes with this, but sometimes even comedy and sarcasm can help us deal with these horrible things. Sometimes it's okay, and I think we're okay. We can sprinkle it in, but you guys know that we take this shit extremely freaking seriously. So, but it's okay to have a laugh once in a while too. So here we go.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We have to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. They'll be back soon enough with answers to why all of our loved ones are having medical emergencies, dropping dead, blood clotting, neurological problems, those little kiddies getting all that myocarditis, and those young, healthy athletes, for whatever reason, going into cardiac arrest. But it's totally normal otherwise. They'll be back and tell us what's really going on. In the meantime, there's one thing they can tell us for sure, 100%, without a doubt. We know what it's not. I'm here with Jay Scott. Let's look at the latest in the Maha movement. And when we talk about Maha movement, rarely are we talking about it happening in anybody in a political position of power. We know that Dr. Mary Talley Bowden, we're going to get to her conversation in a little bit here, doing it on the local level in Texas. But there is one senator, that's Ron Johnson, who's been fairly consistent with his, creating the space for the voices of victims of this mRNA gene therapy poison, which we were all susceptible to. This is the press release Ron Johnson put out about an event he scheduled for yesterday. We have the footage. This is what he was basically doing, is holding a hearing on, and this is the positioning of, and you have to do this when you're a Republican senator, specifically going after Biden health officials' failure to detect COVID-19 vaccine safety signals. Newsflash, it was all the parties, all the officials, but that's okay. If you want to,
Operation Warp Speed, guys, but go ahead.
Yeah, let's not forget but he's got to maneuver it. And I'm just pointing that out, but he's still doing some good stuff here, but just pointing out that he's politicizing it even in his own press release. But he did do this. He came in, he held a hearing, and he called the hearing "Unmasked: How Biden health officials purposely turned a blind eye towards COVID-19 vaccine safety signals." Here's what came out of that hearing when Ron Johnson talked about the VAERS numbers and how twisted they are, specifically with COVID.
Wrote 21 letters requesting information on what the agencies were tracking and what they knew about adverse events. I didn't need sophisticated mathematical models to tell me the COVID injection was causing significant harm. The data depicted on these charts alone should have raised the alert level to DEFCON 1. Now, this first chart is showing deaths reported on VAERS since the inception of VAERS. You can see starting in 1990, deaths were approximately a couple hundred per year, anaphylactic shock, those types of things. In 2021, deaths spiked to 21,631. Now, again, I didn't need a mathematical algorithm to tell me there's something going on here. And by the way, a lot of people will say, well, that's because we administered billions of doses. One of the letters I wrote to the CDC showed the rate of death per dose, compared it to the flu, which is about 0.46 deaths per million doses. Time we calculated this, the COVID injection was 25.5 deaths per million doses. That's a 55-fold increase over the deaths for the flu vaccine. So something was going on here. Our federal health officials should be paying attention. Let's do the next chart. This is the most up-to-date VAERS chart now. It's showing 39,077 deaths worldwide reported to VAERS. And understand, and we'll be adding this to the record, the Pilgrim report. An HHS-funded Pilgrim study at Harvard University showed that adverse events for vaccines are reported at less than 1%.
Let's pause there. So the numbers were, just so people are absolutely clear, we're looking at numbers based on VAERS reports that are only giving us less than 1% of the actual numbers. Just so you guys understand that. That's what is happening here. And it's less and less for when we talk about COVID reports versus even other vaccines. So that's why it's less than 1%. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. So just to keep that in mind.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is just like the immediate effects that are happening after. This isn't catching the stuff that happens 6 months to a year down the road after the fact. This is literally just stuff that's happening within the first week or two, like after the shot is taken. So, the level of damage here is off the charts. And I'm glad that he put ivermectin and those other items, up on there too, because there was so much demonization happening of ivermectin. Like, people don't realize it's literally safer than Advil. So,
and so good for him for getting this out there. We'll come back to Ron Johnson in a moment, but this study that came out, we do love the work that Nicholas Hustler does. He's been on point this entire last 6 years on this. The largest COVID vaccine autopsy study ever conducted found that 73.9% of deaths after vaccination were caused by the shot. 3 independent estimates yield 470,000 to 840,000 U.S. mRNA deaths. So if you guys can do the math, that's going to get you up to these numbers, because what we got from Ron Johnson was just the VAERS reports. This is more accurate. And as he points out, we're going to play the video in a second. This is more than World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and Iraq deaths combined.
And I just want to make sure people understand what that 73.9% means. It means that out of everyone who took the COVID shots, anyone who died in that cohort, nearly 3/4 of the deaths that happened were caused directly because of the shots, according to this study. So that is absolutely insane. Like, the fact that this is still allowed to be given out is murder. Like, that's what I think about it when I hear about it. And this is being given to children. This could change the course of people's lives. It will change the course of people's lives. And one of the craziest things is a lot of the immediate deaths that happened, those were concentrated in certain batches. And there's so much data to go through. We can't get through all of it in this segment, but it also makes you wonder, okay, so we really do need to understand what's happening with the different batches, because does this data also indicate that even if you didn't have those immediate effects and you didn't get one of the worst batches, are you still at risk of other stuff later? And it's not just about justice. It's not just about stopping this from happening again. There are likely ways that we can help people and intervene preemptively before stuff happens, but we need to understand what's going on. And that's why I'm also thankful for people like Dr. Bowden, who are doing the tough work trying to find solutions to it, and she's having some great success at it so far, from what I understand. So we need to shine a light on all these things happening.
And let's just play the little video from Nicholas Hustler, who's been doing, I pronounce his name wrong, it's Holster.
Holster.
Okay, here we go.
73.9% of those deaths were from the vaccine. We did do a systematic review of 325 peer-reviewed autopsy cases. We looked at all of them, adjudicated all of them, were they from the vaccine or not. Unfortunately, yes, they are deadly. FDA Class 1 recall should have happened years ago. It's exceeded past vaccine withdrawal limits by like hundreds of thousands of percent. About 4 independent estimates of American COVID-19 vaccine deaths. It ranges from about 470,000 from Pfizer alone up to 840,000 American deaths from the COVID-19 vaccines. We have to remember that that is rivaling the American soldier death toll of World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and the Iraq War combined.
Yeah, and even if they're only half right, suppose these numbers are wrong, right? Even if it's only half correct, this is still a tremendous crime against humanity. So, at least now we are seeing more mainstream news headlines and, authors acknowledging that there could be some red flags here, and maybe the rare adverse events aren't as rare as once previously thought. But come on, guys, pick up the pace, man. Like they're not recognizing the urgency of the situation.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and you mentioned the children earlier, and that's the biggest, that's the biggest problem of all. And luckily, Ron Johnson was able to talk about the children, because this is now being admitted by the FDA. I know we talk about Biden versus Trump, Operation Warp Speed, and Biden said it's a pandemic of the unvaccinated and all this crap. They both are guilty. It's all guilty. I don't know why we're sitting here going after Biden in this hearing. He's going after the Biden team, but it's like right now, currently, this is still being admitted to children right now. So here, this is what the FDA has now admitted, that the COVID-19 vaccines have killed children in our country. This is, and Ron Johnson's going to tell us in this hearing. Here it is.
Within FDA, you're reviewing, I think it was 96 autopsies of child death following the COVID mRNA injection. In that memo, Dr. Prasad writes, "This is a profound revelation. For the first time, the U.S. FDA will acknowledge that COVID-19 vaccines killed American children. Healthy young children who faced tremendously low risk of death were coerced at the behest of the Biden administration via school and work mandates to receive a vaccine that could result in death. In many cases, such mandates were harmful. It is difficult to read cases where kids 7 to 16 may be dead as a result of COVID vaccines."
And I wonder why he doesn't put Trump in this as well, Biden and Trump, because this is happening right now. Like you said, Operation Warp Speed back in 2020, 21, and now we're circled back to Trump, who's not doing anything about this. He's only getting more mRNA technology contracts, giving Albert Bourla from Pfizer more access to investing his money into the next killing machine that will be put out to the public. And then you have these symptoms that are coming out, these ailments from that children are having, getting diagnosed with cancer, having these myocarditis diagnosis as well, and dropping dead. And it's crazy that we're not talking about this in this administration, but at least he's talking about it in some way, in some official capacity. That's not just us doing our news show, doing a podcast. He's actually doing it in a hearing, so that's good. But let's get over to a speaker from the Children's Health Defense, which is what RFK Jr. used to champion before he got into a position of political power, which isn't actually power. Political power isn't actually political power.
He helped found this organization. People don't realize that he was a founding member of this organization. So yeah.
While RFK Jr. is doing nothing about these issues right now, at least the Children's Health Defense is doing something, and they're talking about the SV40, which is the actual ingredient in the in the vaccine that causes cancer. This is what's in the actual freaking vaccine. Here it is.
Composition and the mRNA injections. A short time later, a 2010 Rockefeller document laid out a global lockstep program, which reads like a bedtime story for totalitarian youth. A master map where you lose your rights, all in the name of making you safer, with a government control roadmap that predicted 2020 to 2022. After the world was successfully saved by being propagandized, locked down, and mass injected, in 2023, Kevin McKernan, who's here with us this weekend, yay, found 4 DNA genetic sequences of SV40 from the plasmid used for mRNA production inside the most used brand of all COVID shots in the world. The SV40 DNA sequences enhance the E. coli plasmid to make more spike RNA for the vaccine manufacturers. Everything apart from the code for that spike mRNA was supposed to be removed from the vaccine that the public received, but it wasn't. 2 months ago, further testing of the updated Pfizer jabs by McKernan showed the SV40 to still be there, but get this, with a 2 times concentration in the pediatric formula. McKernan has given numerous references which show that the promoter and enhancer of SV40, just a couple of fragments, of the full virus code, can have significant DNA modulation all by themselves, specifically influencing a protein called P53, which programs your body to continually seek out and participate in deletion of mutant cells. It's a protein you want working in top condition. But the spike S2 subunit interacts with P53, thus disturbing healthy genomic stability and normal cancer surveillance.
Oh my God.
And, really quick, just to add to what she's saying there, I know a lot of people are now aware that they redefined vaccine. Before, a vaccine was something that prevented you from catching an illness. After COVID, it became something that was a therapeutic to help you not get severe illness. So they redefined that. But that wasn't the only thing that got redefined. There are contamination levels of in medicine that are acceptable, because when in the manufacturing process, a little bit of contamination is apparently unavoidable. And the contamination levels increased tenfold after they found out how much contamination was being found inside these COVID shots. So before, the rule was you couldn't have I forget, it's probably 100 particles or something like that per billion or per million or something like that of contamination. After they found out what was going on in in the mRNA shots, they increased that to 10,000 just to try to make it so it would fall within the new limits. So they adjusted the limits to include the new poison that they were trying to inject in people based on no scientific data. It's not like some more data came in and they realized the limit they had before could be raised and it was actually too conservative. They just arbitrarily decided to raise the limit. And then still, after they raised the limit, they were finding contamination outside of those levels. So they had to redefine a whole bunch of stuff, just to allow these shots to be legal. And it's sad watching Democrats, give up this issue, I guess you could say, to a few rogue Republicans, because this seems like something so easy. This is classic corruption. Trump takes a bunch of money from drug manufacturers, and then he deregulates the approval process with Operation Warp Speed, puts out a dangerous drug, and now we are where we are. So this could have been an issue the Democrats could easily weaponize against Trump, but they're just as bought off, if not more bought off, by Big Pharma as Trump. So this is the situation we have. And the only reason I truly believe Ron Johnson is allowed to talk about it is because they have to let somebody bring it up. The elephant is too damn big to completely ignore. So they have to give people a little bit of hope that there's someone in there fighting for us. So.
Well, also it keeps us in line, right? Even the name, again, back to the name of that hearing, which has Biden's name, as if we're going to teach them a lesson, that Biden team that did all these horrible things. And so that keeps you thinking that you have the good guys in power right now. And then you think that we're going to hold Biden accountable, which would be great, but it's just one piece of it. And I think it does work as a distraction to make this to politicize this, when it's clearly the entire apparatus that's in on this at this point. I mean, Trump having dinner with Bill Gates over here and photo opping with Alfred Borda over there. And it's just, come on, man, at some point, and Larry Ellison and like high-fiving with his mRNA AI technology. It's like, let's just cut the crap with this Operation Warp Speed, pandemic of the unvaccinated. They're all in on it together, and nobody's issued any apology, and nobody has pulled this shit. And that's the main thing. We don't even need we don't even need any of that. We just need you to, in fact, we'll even concede to no, how about no jail time for you, but just take this shit off the shelves. How about that? Just give us that, and we'll drop all the charges, but get the goddamn thing off the shelves. How about that? That's not happening.
No jail time for the people who come forward. I still want jail time for some people, though.
Well, I'm saying, of course, but I'm saying even if we act, you can't even do that. You can't even just take the thing off the shelf and say, "Oopsie, we got it wrong. Let's move on."
Stop poisoning more people. This should be like the absolute minimum, because like, even if you're someone who doesn't care about the lives of other people, it's going to affect all of us, because we have to pay for the medical care of people, like, who are affected by this, whether it's, directly or indirectly, because we all pay into, this terrible healthcare system that profits off sickness and death. So
well, let's look at this. I said we'll get back to Dr. Mary here, who's focusing on the conversation, which is also important, is the blood clotting itself. And we were talking about, this is what my father-in-law has been dealing with for the last 5.5 years. It's just the stuff that we've just never seen anything like this. And some doctors they know exactly what it is, and they're not going to talk about it. Others, like Mary, are talking about it, which you have to. But there's still, believe me, Jay, there's still doctors who really seem like they don't have any idea. That, like when we say in this segment, doctors are baffled. There's actually a few of them that I think that are actually legitimately baffled. They don't know what the hell's going on. And you just want to be like, what? How can you not understand this? So what she's saying here, there are these clots, amyloid clots, with no natural there's no explanation. So everyone's baffled about this. These unusual clots were not seen before the pandemic and are the most tangible evidence we have of harms directly from the COVID shots. And this is Major Tom Haviland, who was, I guess she did an interview with him. Here's a clip of him talking about and showing us what these clocks look like. And I'm telling you, this is exactly what I've been seeing. We've seen the pictures. We've seen what they've pulled out of, obviously there's a lot of people that are seeing this, and there needs to be more conversations, but this is what they look like.
These unusual white fibrous clots, Mary, that embalmers with 20 or 30 years of experience have never seen before until the years of COVID and the COVID vaccines. Here's another one. This one's about 5.5 inches long, about 1/2 inch wide. And this actually came from the abdominal aorta. It's one of the largest blood vessels in the body. And so it's a very strange phenomenon that's happening. And actually, I've been in touch with a scientific team that believes they've nailed down what's actually happening to form these clots. We believe that our natural blood clotting protein fibrinogen, it normally converts into fibrin when a normal clot's formed. The fibrinogen in this case is being hijacked by both the spike protein, either from the virus or the vaccine, is becoming phosphorylated and it's binding with that fibrinogen. And also the phospholipid nanoparticles get involved as well that, carry the mRNA vaccine to the cells. So it's a very serious problem.
So,
really quick, this new phenomena that people have been talking about for several years now, that, like, I was starting to question the scientific community at the beginning of COVID. I was like, why are they not talking about natural immunity? Why is this all of a sudden no longer a thing? But when I saw these clots being found, and yet they just tried to sweep it under the rug, that was kind of the moment in time I completely lost faith, like, in the medical community. I'll be honest with you, because it's like the fact that there are not alarm bells ringing across all of medicine right now, trying to figure out what's causing this, where did this come from, is absolutely astounding. Like, I wish they had another blood clot to compare to it, so people who aren't familiar with medicine, could make the comparison. And just so people are aware, it's usually like a very dark red, thing, and when you touch it, like it disintegrates. But inside your body, it's able to block up, like your arteries. So the difference between what we're seeing now after these COVID shots versus what blood clots looked like before is two completely different worlds. It's like, pulling a goddamn snake, like a miniature white snake out of someone's blood vessels, and people have nothing to say about it. The medical community just pretends it's not happening. Like, how can you work in this field and try to sweep this under the rug? You should be screaming from the rooftops about this, because this is killing people. Like, this is literally killing people right now. And if there's a way to help people and to stop it from happening, then we should be doing that. And that's exactly what Dr. Bowden has been trying to do with these trials. And apparently they've had some success for this treatment that they have to do in Japan right now. It's just that it's super expensive because you have to fly the people over there, and then the treatment itself costs over 20 grand or something like that. And of course, insurance companies don't want to cover it, because the moment they admit that there could be side effects from the shot, number one, they could be liable because, but number two, they'll also have to pay for people to get these things fixed. So it'll probably force most of them into bankruptcy, unless the government comes in and intervenes. So they're trying to sweep it under the rug at all costs. But the fact that they're not screaming from the rooftops about this is such a disgrace, man. Like, to the scientific community. It's what happened with big tobacco times 100. Like, they knew tobacco and cigarettes caused lung cancer from, I think, the 50s or 60s or something like that. And because the medical industry was essentially being funded and taking payments by big tobacco, they pretended it wasn't. They even prescribed people cigarettes. If you were stressed out, they would prescribe you some Marlboro. So, the fact that we haven't learned from that and we've allowed the same thing to happen repeatedly is just sad.
It's worse than cigarettes, because first of all, nobody mandated anyone to smoke a cigarette. Number two, they never forced it on kids, right? Number three, you were kind of allowed to ask the question when somebody got lung cancer, how many cigarettes did you smoke every day? What are we not allowed to ask today, Jay? And since we're in this segment, we know what it's not. What are we not allowed to ask? What is your vaccine status? How dare you? This person is suffering right now from a heart attack. He was a young athlete. He had his whole life ahead of him. How dare you ask?
You're weaponizing the death to push conspiracy theories. No, I'm trying to get justice for the family, and I'm trying to help them understand why this young person is just dropped dead from a heart attack.
No, Jay, the family's grieving right now. They're grieving. They do not ask him that. That is, by the way, that's private. That is your medical status. It's personal. You should never have to show it publicly. Oh, unless you need to get into a restaurant and have a effing lunch with your family during COVID, then it's our business what your medical records look like. And it's the business of the waiter and the hostess and the busboy, right?
And I'll be honest with you, I don't know if there were more unintended consequences from this shot than what they originally anticipated, because their plans don't even make sense. Like, how did they really expect people not to figure out at least some of this happening? So I feel like they probably wanted to poison a little bit of people a little bit with some of the shots, but I feel like it's probably had worse consequences than they even realized.
Like you said about the different amounts, we know the sequence numbers. We know there were like 3 different types. We know that also the other thing they didn't account for was that in different temperatures when they were being stored, it lessened some of the effects. So you don't know what batch you got. And we tell people on the show a lot, if you still have your Vax cards and you have access to your batch number, go right now when you can to howbadismybatch.com, I believe. I don't have it. Howbadismybatch.com, and you can type in your batch number and you'll see how many negative results were reported with your batch number. And if you get like a 0 on yours, that's really good. That means you might have gotten what we know as saline solution, which is really good. You might have gotten the saline solution. They made sure that a lot of people got that, and that's because we know to spread it out, space it out, and we know for a fact who got the saline solution, and that was pharma employees, particularly Pfizer. They certainly got their own special, and they've told us they got their special one that people didn't have. I wonder what was in that, or more particularly, I wonder what was not in that. I guarantee you they didn't have any SV40 in theirs.
Yeah.
So with that said, let's wrap the segment up. Jay, this one is we know what it's not. We always like to end this with just a couple little random occurrences. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. These families are going through grief right now, so let's not have fun with it. But the point is, we can't ask. There's particular questions we can't ask the families as they're grieving right now. And these are just a couple young athletes. I just went and found these just today. Jay, this is just so people know. These gather up, and these are just a couple I just randomly found just an hour before we got on the show. This is the Texas A&M runner, dead at 21. What happened? Oh, he collapsed suddenly following a competition, which generally happens when you're a competing athlete in the NCAA. He was a standout distance runner at the Texas A&M University. He died following the medical emergency during a Friday track competition in New Orleans, which totally sucks. And there's obviously questions we're not allowed to ask about that, but let the family grieve. Condolences to his family. Here's another one. An NFL defensive lineman, Josh Morrow, has died at the age of 35. Now, his father announced the death on Tuesday. The Raider confirmed the Las Vegas Raider confirmed the news, and he died on April 23rd. Of course, no cause was disclosed. And I thought this was important because when this comes up and you don't get a cause, there's a reason. There's a reason you don't get a cause. And generally when we see a young person die, you want to get behind a cause. And when I say that, because it's always too soon when you're 30, 35 years old, it's too soon. Was it a hit and run or a car accident? Was it a police incident with was it a suicide? Was it anything that we need to be vocal about so we could prevent the next one? Well, there's one thing that we'll never be vocal about because it's not about preventing the next one, because then you have to admit that the thing happened. And that's the thing where in these situations, we probably aren't going to get too much more on this. I looked it up right before we started the show, and nobody's telling us what happened to this guy. It's just a normal occurrence.
Well, I can give you another reason why, and it's because if it was, for example, a heart attack or a blood clot, that's super rare for people this young to be having those kinds of issues. So they realize now that every time it happens and they announce that it was a heart attack that did this, red alarm bells start ringing in people's minds. So in order to sweep this under the rug, they have to not let you know that it was a heart attack or a blood clot, because that'll ring the alarm bell. So they're trying to avoid using those buzzwords that are going to make people demand more accountability.
That's true. Well, here's one that they did get a little more information on this one. And this is, again, another athlete, Nigeria striker, Enaramo. He dies during a match. He suffered a suspected cardiac arrest during a friendly match. The country's football federation has announced it. The 40-year-old. Oh, well, he was 40. That's kind of getting up there, Jay. Maybe he shouldn't have been running around. It's not like he was a professional athlete in his life at all. On the pitch, 5 minutes into the second half, he collapsed.
Do you know why it is there's been so many more athlete deaths? From what I understand, because the spike protein is traveling through the bloodstream, athletes have strong hearts, and that actually works against them with the COVID shot because it pumps the blood faster and it causes more mRNA or whatever to get stuck like along the linings of their arteries. So what they've essentially done is created a situation where people who take the right steps and to get healthy themselves are actually more at risk from dying from this shot than people who sit at home all day on the couch because their heart isn't working as hard. So, like, I don't know, I just hope people remember the days when people used to think it was a good thing to be an athlete and it was a good thing to be in shape, and that lowered your risk of getting a heart attack and blood clots. Now it seems to have elevated the risk for some people. If you took that shot, then you do need to check up, like like on this situation. And again, this is not medical advice. Do not take anything, without consulting your doctor or someone first. But there is one over-the-counter supplement that you can buy right now that has been shown to, help a little bit with some of these clotting issues. It's called natokinase, Nattokinase. So natokinase, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly or not, but it's pretty much harmless. I took it myself for a few months because I'm pretty sure I had COVID at one point, and I was just playing it safe. So, like, just look into it. Don't do anything without consulting your doctor first, but we need to start researching more of these solutions so we can get help to people who may be suffering from consequences of this and not even know it.
Yeah. Well, if there's one thing we do know what's going on here with all the craziness, Jay, and we're not doctors, we're not scientists. What the hell do we know? So we'll just wait for them to come back with the answers to all of our questions. But in the meantime, rest assured, we can all know for 100% certainty that we know
but it's not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, I know there's, we saw some viewer comments. There's some people that weren't totally vibing with this conversation, and that's fine. We totally are okay with that. We're totally okay with that. But hey, maybe we're planting seeds, and it's okay. We've planted a lot of seeds.
I've had people who, called me a conspiracy theorist at the start of the pandemic and told me I was dangerous, spreading misinformation. I've had one or two people come back to me and tell me they regretted what they did. So, sometimes all it takes is the right news headline, the right study to come out, and then people remember. So, if you disagree with us, that's fine. I'd encourage you to look into the science and to understand what drives long COVID, if you think that's a thing, and then look at studies that show you that the vaccine or the mRNA is still being produced. I'm sorry, the spike protein is still being produced, in a lot of people who took the shot, years later. Because even if you disagree with the scale of what we're talking about, like, there are adverse events that have happened because of the shot that are being swept under the rug. So you should be demanding accountability for that regardless.
Yeah. Well, let's get on to this next one. I like your title on this one. I'm gonna grab this. I'll throw this on a banner and we'll start this one off. Yep. Trump has a message to all Americans, and that is die of poison or starvation. There is the message. Now, I don't know if you guys saw this, but we had AOC. Interesting enough, AOC is getting a little curious about a problem we have in our big food and big pharma industry, where they are.
Well, it's because Trump's in office right now, Matt. Once a Democrat gets elected next time, there's nothing we can do. But now that Trump's in office, she can pretend to want to solve this problem because there's a Republican in power.
Well, and these situations, there's a lot of theater involved. But let's see if there's any little kind of fun little nuggets from this interaction she had with. I'll put the guy first. This is because just so you know, this dude, his name is Lee Zeldin. Trump appointed him right when he came in to office immediately as the EPA administrator. He was sworn in on that same day. He was confirmed that day, and so this is a guy that the conflicts. Jay, if you want to read this part, what's the concern with this guy, Lee Zeldin?
Yeah, so Lee Zeldin, is a former, executive. He's a former lobbyist, I'm pretty sure, for big pharma companies. But, outside of, him directly, Bayer and Monsanto donated over $1 million, to Trump's 2025 inauguration and spent $9.2 million in 2025 on lobbyists tied to Trump's inner circle, including Chief of Staff Susie Wiles via Ballard Partners. So she was a lobbyist directly, for those companies too. So recently, it's been it's been in the news that Trump signed an executive order promoting glyphosate production with liability protections. And of course, the administration filed Supreme Court briefs supporting Bayer in Roundup cancer lawsuits, so trying to get them off the hook. And Bayer's CEO, has already met with Zeldin and the EPA officials, on pending litigation. So, and there was actually some good news that I added a little bit, further down in the segment, that the liability protection that they tried to sneak into the bill that was going to enshrine it into law was actually overturned thanks to an effort led by Thomas Massey and I believe Ro Khanna may have been in on it too, but I'm sorry, and Rep Luna, but at least Thomas Massey and Luna. So long story short, the provision that they were trying to include that gives them complete immunity, meaning you cannot sue them if it's proved to be poisonous to you or to damage you in any way, shape, or form, that has been stripped from the bill. So if you know anyone who may have been affected by this, technically you can still bring litigation and you can still try to recover some damage, some money for the damages you suffered.
Wait, are you saying that they actually got this provision out of there? This was the whole problem. This was the whole point. The Farm Bill was about giving the liability protection.
Yeah, they got it out. So there was other things in it. It's tied to like funding the farm industry and like a bunch of things are inside the Farm Bill, but they were able to strip that out. So I'm not sure if that means Trump's executive order is immediately nullified, but it does, like, executive orders can be changed relatively easy. You can change it like literally whenever you want. When something is enshrined into law, it's a lot more difficult, to change it. So the permanent liability shield that they were trying to give to Monsanto and glyphosate manufacturers, thankfully, that one did not go through. So that's a win we definitely have to celebrate. It's no thanks to the Trump administration and RFK. This is literally Thomas Massey and a few rogue Republicans who have spoken out about it. So
yes, from the Republican side, but I'm just doing math in my head here, and I'm seeing 280 yays that must have included Democrats. Absolutely. So it makes me wonder. And I know we make fun of AOC. Obviously, she's a team player. She's a Mama Bear team captain, which she's been a complete fraud her whole career. However, and we're going to get to this. We kind of killed the lead on this, but let's get to the lead here. It's the interaction. Well, maybe this is the lead. This is the reaction. This is the result, is that you actually have this liability not in there anymore because the vote went in that favor. So I'm wondering who voted to make this happen. There must have included some Democrats. I wonder if it had anything to do with this interaction. We can call it a wrestling match because there is some theater involved, but it certainly got people's attention. So let's play a little of this. This is AOC taking on, and we'll just call it like it's a wrestling match. So it's some theater, but AOC is grilling Zeldin, the guy that was appointed to this spot that was supposed to be bringing in this liability protection. It looks like he failed. So let's see if there's any legitimacy to anything that happened here with AOC.
Now, Secretary Kennedy was here a couple of weeks ago, and when he was asked about glyphosate and the rollbacks against protections against toxic chemicals, he said that we would, quote, have to ask Lee Zeldin about that. So you're here before us today. Administrator Zeldin, have you ever participated in a meeting with Bayer where you discussed the legal or litigation issues that the company was facing?
No, I never did.
Okay, I have
my meeting with them was very brief and that topic did not come up.
All right, I do. Are you aware of any outreach that they would have in your agency about this?
I could say that I directly had a brief meeting.
Okay.
But it was a brief meet and greet and that topic did not come up.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to submit EPA visitor logs from July 7th, 2025 to the committee.
Without objection, so ordered.
And you're certain they didn't bring up anything regarding your work?
I'm telling you 100%, absolutely. I maybe there was some brainstorming that was done beforehand of potential topics.
Are you aware of any?
That topic was not brought
Are
up.
you aware of anything brought up to any members of your staff or your team? Your senior team?
I am not aware of that, no.
Okay. I would like to submit to the record some internal emails from the EPA that I have acquired.
I want to get a shot. Let me just back up to where she's holding that up. Hold on. I want to get a freeze of this. Hold on. So she holds this up, and it just, to me, it's like there's something bittersweet about it, because she's gonna hold this right up to the camera. I like this shot here. Hold on. Boom. So this is her doing some actual work and some investigation and like finding some shit out. And I'm just sitting here going, you weren't doing any of this during the COVID cover up. You weren't getting us Fauci and Collins emails. You weren't doing any of that then. You didn't give a shit about any of that. It's bizarre, man. But like, she's on the right side on this. This is like, I can't remember the last time I was like thinking that at all. Like, oh, AOC's doing the right. I don't know. This is refreshing to see this.
This is the first time since she was campaigning that I'm actually, excited about something that she's doing before she ever won. I know she's won a few elections since the original, but I remember being really excited about AOC. And, fun fact, Matt, I actually DM'd AOC back before she won, her first office. And I was like, wow, I'm so excited. I know you're going to win this election. You could be considered a founding mother. Like, that's literally what I told her, because I was so excited about what they were doing with the Justice Democrats at the time. And now looking at what she's done in the complete 180 since getting into office, like the biggest flip flop was when she said before getting into office, forcing the vote is a good thing because it makes politicians go on record for what they actually support. Hold my feet to the fire and make sure, like I do that when I get into office. Jimmy Dore did that, and then he called her violent. Like, I couldn't believe that she actually let that come out of her mouth.
She says now's not. What do we want? Healthcare. When do we want it? Not now. Later.
Sometime
right?
later.
And then to make it worse, fast forward 2 years, you had actual. I guess you would call them populist right-wing players, which would be the counter to the left. You would have like the squad for the right. Who was the squad for the right? It was Marjorie Taylor Greene. It was Matt Gaetz. Isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz were called extreme right-wing radicals that were disruptive and they weren't doing their job right by all the media and AOC and all the squad. And we're like, but they're doing the thing you campaigned on. And by the way, the result was what you told us in your campaign was going to be the result, was that you would get, I'm quoting her. This is what AOC said in her campaign. She said, I will get more done in one term by challenging my party than being a lifer and not getting anything done because I just do what I'm told. So you didn't do that. You took everyone's money and vote and their time and effort and everything. And then you did the opposite. And then when Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene did it, you made fun of them and told your constituents that that's not how to behave. And we said, no, that's exactly, you're supposed to hold people, you hold your elected officials accountable. And that's what they did. And guess who's not in office anymore? Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz, who did actually get more done in their short time than AOC has ever.
Even MTG, she's painted as an extremist from the right, but like she has recently come out and indicated, she's willing to talk about the healthcare system. So, we need to find a way to fix it. And, like she's called for a coalition, like with the left. So how can you be an extremist, but you're calling for a coalition with your quote unquote polar opposite, political opponent? So like we need to move past the labels. We need to look past the campaign rhetoric, and we actually need to look at people's records and what they've done with their power. And this is one time I'll give AOC credit. She's using her power for something good, but it's a partisan motivation. The same way how Ron Johnson has to put, oh, it's Biden admin officials that are the problem with this vaccine. AOC has to pretend, oh yeah, it's Trump officials that are the problem, with glyphosate, even though her own party takes a bunch of money from the same people. But she's not going to call them out. She's going to pretend, this is a Trump thing. It's a Republican problem.
But if this interaction, if this calling him out, printing out those emails and saying, we got you, you just lied to us. We have the exchange. We have, you are representing Bayer's liability protection. You're trying to push that to keep it in place so they can keep giving people cancer with the foods through Monsanto, and then they turn around and issue you your cancer medication, and they make money off of your disease that they gave you, and they don't get sued for it. That's your job to go in there and make that happen. It looks like AOC calling this out and doing the actual work. It seems that paid off, because the vote, again, which you found out after this was very recent. This is just this morning, I guess, right? That we found that
this morning,
280 people voted on the side of the people this time. And I have to believe that there had to have been a bunch of Democrats that were part of that number, right? You can't get 280 if all, because you said, because Massey is a rarity on the Republican side. You're not going to get everyone in line with him there. So where did they get the votes from? I'm trying to figure out where they got the votes.
For sure. Definitely some Democrats jumped in on the right side on this. And, it is a positive sign that I guess if there's enough public outrage, occasionally they'll throw us a bone. Maybe part of the reason is these guys like eating out at restaurants. So they don't want to just like cook food every day. And if you realize now that the entire food supply is poison, so even if you try buying all organic food yourself, if you want to eat out at a restaurant, you're probably going to be eating poison. Maybe they don't like the sound of that. So maybe out of their own self-interest, they realize, all right, well, maybe this is one step too far, even for us. So, my hope is, my hope is they don't find a way to sneak it back in here later. But, it's a positive thing. We got to celebrate the win today, because these types of wins are pretty rare nowadays.
They're very rare. We can throw up the rest of the farmers part of this. Although that was a nice high note there, but I know we had this other, the farmers being under fire, which we've been covering this part of it. You want to show us this?
So what we're looking at here is the U.S. agriculture sector collapsing under the pressure of major diesel and fertilizer cost spikes. So U.S. farm bankruptcies are up 46% year over year. There's now 1.86 million farms in America, which is the lowest since the 1800s. And 70% of farmers say they cannot afford to feed their fields this season. So diesel is important for farming because a lot of the equipment they use runs on diesel. So it raises their cost of production when the diesel price goes up. The Iran war has, driven the price through the roof. And of course, the tariff war that Trump has started for no apparent reason, has also made the end product more expensive, which means buyers can only have to buy less of it because of price increases. So the combination we're seeing of Trump deciding to implement these tariffs in conjunction with the pointless war he started, against Iran, is wreaking havoc on our own internal food security and our food chain. So, it's a really sad situation.
Yeah. And then on top of that, we know that Palantir's gotten involved as well. And they're doing this. They inked that deal, the $300 million deal with U.S. Department of Agriculture. And so they got
the amount of Palantir contracts that have happened under Trump's presidency shows you that J.D. Vance's appointment has paid off. And that's why, like, as much as I want Trump out of there, I also wonder what the impact would be, like if Vance was actually president. I still think it would actually be better in the end overall, because Vance doesn't have any base the way Trump does. Like, there are some Trump supporters who just support him no matter what. And Vance doesn't have that, like at all. But, there are some, figures out there who try to pitch Vance to us, like as this savior and this level head, like inside the White House. So without diving too much into that rabbit hole, there are a few commentators, on the right who are trying to, set Vance up as the I guess you could say, well, the adult in the room right now. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, here's one more unfortunate consequence of the Iran war, which we know Pete Hegseth doesn't give a crap about the economic cost. He just says we just need to make sure Iran doesn't have the need for, or the feeling that there's a feeling that they want nukes or they have ambitions. But meanwhile, this is real shit, right? This is from More Perfect Union. Farmers are getting slammed by the war on Iran. The price of diesel is through the roof. The cost of fertilizer has skyrocketed, and farm bankruptcies are up 46%. 70% of farmers now say they can't afford to fertilize their fields this season. Trump has caused a farm crisis. Here's one of the farmers telling us about the experience, and this is all in the last couple months here.
On for 100 years. You don't want to be the one that can't keep it going, I am a Republican. I voted for this administration, but my patience is running thin.
We're here in the heart of the Mississippi Delta to talk with farmers about how the war with Iran is impacting them.
Oh, it's been awful.
The closure of the Strait of Hormuz is causing prices to skyrocket. Things like diesel fuel and fertilizer.
We're buying a little bit at a time. And sometimes we know that we've only got 2 weeks of fuel. So what has happened to us is not just the impact of 1 year. We have lost customers forever. They will never come back because we're deemed an unreliable supplier.
I'm paying 60% more for diesel fuel than I would have been paying 45 days ago.
You got to have diesel for everything. You got diesel to to plant, to harvest. So diesel steadily going up like this, man, it affects us bad.
You have no choice. You've got to go ahead and buy it, no matter what the price is. There's going to be a lot of people that go out of business at the end of the year, either because they have to, because they're tired of losing money.
Farmers have already been struggling, with rising costs and even tariffs making things even harder.
It's going to be the nail in the coffin for a number of farmers. It's just the straw that broke the camel's back.
A lot of the money. So these are Trump, I guess they're saying Trump voters who now regret it. I got news for them. This was coming either way. Whatever cast of characters they were going to select for this was going to happen. Well, I just want to be clear.
Who knows? I think the Democrats and Republicans, they both advance different agendas at different speeds. I don't know if we would have had the same problems, like under Kamala. Maybe we would have been dead in a nuclear war against Russia already, so they wouldn't have had the opportunity to do something like that. So who knows? What could have happened? If Kamala had won, but. The one, I guess, silver lining, I guess you could take from this, though, is I would like people to also consider the fact that, we're getting oil out the ground and we're using this chemical that has been pulled out of the oil to fertilize the ground, when there are definitely a lot more natural ways we could be doing this. And right now, our current farm system is based a lot more on wheat, corn, and soy than it should be, I would say. And those three crops are subsidized way too much, in my opinion. So maybe this is an opportunity for us to rethink what we're prioritizing, in our food system, because the amount of emphasis we put on those three crops, I would argue, makes the price of organic fruits and vegetables more expensive, because we're giving subsidies to those three things over other things, we could be subsidizing. And, again, don't get me wrong, I love some nice fresh, bread every now and then, but it's not really the healthiest thing for people to be eating all the time. Yeah. And why is it
awful, actually?
Exactly.
Can you believe that we were told about the three meals of the day? I mean, seriously, the breakfast, and it's just loaded with breads and carbs and cereals and muffins and bagels and waffles and pancakes. Exactly. It's like the worst thing we could put into our bodies, and especially when we first wake up in the morning and start the day, and breakfast is the most important meal. That I can't believe we fell for that shit. But look, bread once in a while, fine, but you're right. It's not something we should be at all dependent on physically or particularly psychologically, right?
Exactly, like regenerative farming. So, you know, maybe the silver lining in this situation is it could force us to rethink our farming system. But, you know, when I look at what Trump has done, do I really think, you know, he's going to be the one to like usher in the change system? I would guess not. But my hope is that people are at least thinking right now, well, wait, why do we get our fertilizers from oil? Like, think about that. We're using oil to grow a bunch of our food. Is that really the best way for us to do this? Whatever happened to cow crap, cow manure?
Yeah.
Like, what? Like, isn't that supposed to be the fertilizer? So, regenerative farming. Let's look at some more organic farming methods, and you know, ask ourselves, like, why is it we're putting oil in the ground to, you know, grow our crops?
Yeah. All right. That should do for that segment. We got a couple more here. I think we can dive right. If you're ready, we can just dive into the economic catastrophe.
Let's do it.
Oh yeah. I think Trump has another problem. If he doesn't have enough already, let's add one more problem to the list for our president. It looks like there is an economic catastrophe approaching. And it's safe to say at this point that inflation might be the thing that tanks him, along with other things as well. But let's look at the inflation problem, as reported earlier. This report was from today or yesterday. Here it is.
It is the number one issue, It's the number one financial issue. It's the number one issue folks saying it's facing their families right now. And Donald John Trump is in the worst position he has ever been on inflation. And more than that, these are the worst numbers I've ever seen for any president. I mean, just look at this. Look at this. According to Ipsos, look at this net approval rating on inflation. We got the latest poll out. He's 49 points underwater. That means that 49% more of the public disapprove than approve of the job he's doing. I went back. You remember Joe Biden? Inflation absolutely crushed his presidency. But at his worst, according to Ipsos, he was just 43 points underwater. So Trump is lower now on inflation than Joe Biden ever was, according to Ipsos. And I will note that the inflation rate right now is only about a third as it was back in June of 2022. Yet Trump's numbers are significantly worse than Biden's ever were.
Even though inflation was like at 9% this month, they still think Trump is doing a worse job on it than Biden ever was.
Correct.
That is staggering. Okay, so when you think of presidents and inflation, the one that comes to mind is Jimmy Carter. That was when inflation was really stratospheric. So how does Trump compare to Carter on those numbers?
Yeah, these are really stunning numbers right here. But what about James Earl Carter, right? You think of inflation, as Johnny B was talking about. You think about inflation seeking presidencies. You think of Jimmy Carter. But just look here. Okay, if we look right now we're talking about net approvals on inflation, this number should actually be 46%, minus 46. And if you look at this, though, even if I raise it a little bit and I correct my error right here live on air, we're talking about minus 46 points versus minus 49 points.
That's funny. He had to correct his math on live. That's funny. I'm just playing around with the numbers, but
and you know, really quick, I think one reason why people are feeling it so much more is because wages have also stalled. It's not like wages are increasing. So nobody ever reversed the inflation that was happening under Biden. It's not like prices came down a little bit since then. Yes, it might have spiked a little bit higher under Biden because of what they were doing, like for COVID, but when Trump's in office, it's still rising, just at a different pace. And while it may not have topped, Biden's height yet, we're just now getting into this crisis. So it's unfortunate because it's only going to get worse from here. And, since people's wages haven't increased, people are in more desperate situations, than they were even under Biden, because there was never a break. The prices never came down. They just stopped rising as quickly as they were for a second, and now it's on the way back up. And I think part of the reason people are so pissed off at Trump is because at least Biden could claim he was reacting to an unprovoked situation, at first, because at the time the mainstream narrative was COVID was it came from nature, it was an accident, nothing could have prevented it. Biden just had to find a way to deal with it. Trump is driving inflation through tariffs and a completely unnecessary Iran war. So the inflation that people are seeing now can only be blamed on Trump. So in my opinion, that's probably why his numbers are worse than Biden's and Jimmy Carter's.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, let's look a little closer, as we're looking at the cost of U.S. debt skyrocketing. I'm going to share the screen on this one and help us walk this one through. This is oh yeah, these guys, they do some
Yeah, great page to follow. So, I'll just read this out. So the bond market is collapsing again. The 10-year note yield is now silently back above 4.4%, the exact same level that has led to multiple market interventions by President Trump. Simply put, the US economy cannot afford the 10-year note yield rising substantially above current levels. As we saw in April 2025 and March 2026, President Trump is highly sensitive to the 4.5% level on the 10-year note yield, which we previously labeled as our policy pivot point. At the current pace, we could see 4.5% within a matter of days. Meanwhile, U.S. oil prices are above $108 per barrel. Now it's actually above 120 since this tweet was sent. Gas prices are up another 5% today, and 30-year mortgage rates are at 6.5%. The bond market will soon become the center of attention. Stay ahead of the trend. And long story short, what this means is America's credit card rate, the percentage we're paying on the debt that we need to fund our economy, is getting to unsustainable levels. That 4.5%, is an important mental point. And if you go to the next slide, it breaks down exactly why. But yeah, these numbers we're looking at right here, these are just the different lengths, of it. So the 10-year one is usually the most important. But, if you go to the next slide that I put up, this is why the 4.5%, is such an important point. So the 10-year Treasury note is the benchmark for mortgages, corporate bonds, auto lending, and other long duration credit. When it rises, private sector borrowing costs usually rise too. So it makes it harder for people to buy homes. It slows down business investment because you have to pay back a higher interest rate on your loans, as well as consumer activity. When your credit card rate is higher, you can't spend as much on your credit card. So this is gonna, increase mortgage stress. A lot of people have variable rates on their mortgages. So, for existing mortgages and new ones. So mortgage rates tend to move closely with that 10-year Treasury. So a 4.5% 10-year often implies mortgage rates remain painfully high for buyers and refinanciers, and then stock valuation pressure. So a higher risk-free return, meaning if you can get 4.5% per year on your Treasury note, it gives you less incentive to invest in the stock market because that's how much you're supposed to be getting from the stock market. So a risk-free return makes future corporate earnings less valuable in present value terms and gives investors a real alternative to stocks. In plain English, if you can earn 4.5% in treasuries, expensive, risky growth stocks have to justify themselves harder. So long-term treasury yields are heavily shaped by expectations for future short-term rates. So a 10-year note near or above 4.5% often signals that markets do not fully believe that inflation is beaten or that Fed cuts will come quickly. So they demand a higher rate in order to lend the money. So the 10-year note reflects inflation expectations, real yields, and the market's willingness to absorb huge treasury issuance. So Econofact notes that deficits in treasury supply can push yields higher when demand does not keep pace. So the government interest burden. And of course, higher treasury yields raise the cost of financing federal debt over time, and increase payments already make up, and interest payments already make up about 13% of federal spending in 2024, which is more than defense spending, according to Econofact. So the higher that rate rises, the more money we're going to have to spend simply on not defaulting on our debt, meaning our credit card payments are getting higher and higher, and they're taking up an even bigger part of our budget the more that number goes up. So it's an extremely bad situation for the American debt. And the difference between the American government, and us is that they can essentially continuously pull out new credit cards, whereas we eventually get denied. Like if your credit is so bad and you can't pay back what you already have, you can't get a new credit card. You can't get a loan because they don't believe you can pay it back. The government can just create money or issue more debt, which raises inflation even more. So it's a downward spiral. And what the end result of it is the people who own the assets are actually the ones who benefit. So inflation is just a transfer of wealth from the middle class to people who own the assets. Because think about it, Matt. What is inflation? Inflation means the cost of owning assets goes up, like everything is more expensive. So if you're part of the group that owns everything, you're coming out on top.
Yep.
So inflation at its core is just a transfer of wealth from the lower and middle class to the top 1%.
Yeah, that sounds right. The there's a couple more slides. I just want to make sure this is the actual interest rate. National debt just exceeded 100% of GDP for the first time.
What that means essentially is that the total debt that we have right now is more than the total money we make each year. So that's like the last time it was this high was literally at the end of World War II. And when you think about the current geopolitical situation, we're actually on the brink of entering possibly a devastating war with Russia, China, and Iran, maybe. So we're already at this point.
It's a three-pronged war, Jay. It's a three-pronged. Alex Karp told us three-pronged war, baby. Russia, China, and Iran. Bring it on. We got some urine we want to dump on them because they're our enemies, and we want to kill. We got to kill some people sometimes. Business speaking, strictly business talk. We're not seriously talking about. Yeah. So, yeah, that's all. It looks like it's all coming. Guess what else is happening? We've been saying the whole time since we started this new war of choice and of psychoness. We said the oil was going to jump. We said this was going to go above 120 a barrel. We said it was coming, and it looks like this the price of Brent crude is surging again, currently surpassing 122 per barrel. That's according to an CNBC chart. This represents a staggering 20% increase in just 1 week as markets focus on three interrelated issues. The stalemate, well, we can call it a stalemate. We actually made a comparison, Jay, to an arm wrestling match earlier in the show. It's not a stalemate. It's not when Trump is like, give up. Come on, just give up. Come on, dude. Come on. You got to give up. When are you going to give up? That's the guy that's got his arm down on the just about to hit the table, and the guy wrestling is like this. So that's not really a stalemate. That's where you're like, okay, how long can you hold that position? We're like, okay, the guy that's going to win just needs to do we're the guy under here going, come on, man, just give up. Right? That's what exactly. So it's not a stalemate. But anyways, that's the first thing, right? The three unrelated issues is the stalemate in the Middle East, the depletion of energy inventories in Asia and Europe, and the structural supply uncertainties in the Gulf region. Of course, the entire thing is uncertain and unstable in all these different regions. Yeah.
And one thing I want people to remember, right? Of course, the Greater Israel Project is, something we need to worry about, and we need to ask ourselves who's calling the shots. But when oil prices are this high, we can't forget it's actually great for, oil companies, right? And traditionally speaking, a lot of people have always said, the oil companies run the government, they're the most powerful lobby. And recently, that rhetoric has kind of toned down. Well, if you think about it, the people who benefit from the Gulf producers being taken out are American oil companies as well as Russian oil companies. So, and the higher the rates go, it will cause demand destruction once it hits a certain level. And what I mean by that is the prices are so high that people can't afford to buy it like at all anymore. And, we just then they start to lose money. But there's still actually a ways to go before they get to that point. So what we're seeing with this oil price action and the demand being shifted to US oil producers and Russian oil producers does actually give you another example about how we can't rule out the possibility that Zionists are really a proxy, for certain interests in the country. And we already know that that the American dollar is on the way out. Well, guess what? If we can now wield another sword, which is who we sell our oil to, well, that gives America a lot more power again. Because if there are no more Gulf producers that you can go to, or their cost of, selling oil goes up because Iran is now charging oil tariffs, it just benefits American producers even more. So maybe as the dollar is on its way out, creating this situation gives America more leverage over geopolitics by allowing us to weaponize oil, again, even further. So this is something that Professor Jiang, has spoken about a little bit too. And I do see the point he's making there, and I am coming to agree to it, a little bit more.
Did he change his handle yet? Is it still Professor Jane? Because I
don't remember, but I think people are so hung up about that, it's ridiculous. I mean, the guy's a teacher, man. He's just trying to share a little bit of knowledge, and we're worried about whether or not he's an actual professor. I mean, talk about the facts.
You're right. It's a total distraction. It sucks. Yeah. I think sometimes when we're in these situations where we get cornered like that, it's about his I think he just had a really horrible answer to the question. I think if he had a better, there's a lot of ways you could have answered that question. And I think he did. He made a comparison to Charlemagne the God or something and said, I know people that
not a god.
So he set himself up for a failure comparison that he made. He's like, no one thinks he's a god. People think you're a professor. And it's like, dude, there's another way you could have answered it. You could have just said, look, dude, I have a YouTube channel. This is my brand. Okay. Yeah. It's my brand. But you want to talk? I've never lied about who I am. So don't effing pretend that I'm lying about everything I'm about. I tell my viewers, you're going to get me on the name of my channel. Is that what you're coming at me for?
Yeah.
So that's what it should have been. It should have been, dude, that's the channel name. That's my brand.
Well, I mean, if he was selling university degrees, then it would have been an issue. But
yeah, then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The man's literally making YouTube videos, and you want to, talk to him about his name. I mean, it would be like arguing with me. Well, are you the Jay Scott or are you a Jay Scott? Because if you're not the Jay Scott, you're just a Jay Scott. Nothing you say matters. Come on, guys.
Well, look, the more this is the conundrum of all of us, that we're in a space where the more engagement we get, the better for our ability to get out there and have these conversations and have more people to turn their heads and turn their eyes. But the consequence of that, the trade-off is that then you get more people shaking their head at you and going, well, how do you get so many people watching you on YouTube? And it's like, well, that's what we're all trying to do. So, but you got to take it with, that's what you signed up for. So you did sign up for that. We all did. We're signing right now in this space, Jay. This is what we signed up for this. If we, for whatever reason, and we've seen the algorithm on YouTube, 117,000 watched this the other week, and whatever, you times that by whatever, and you don't know. You're gonna have people go, what are you guys all? What are you hiding? Who's paying your? So it's like, that's what we have to be ready for. I guess I'm saying we have to be ready for the comeback, for the how are we going to respond when that happens, because it happened pretty fast for him, and you got to be ready to defend yourself and defend your voice. That's all. But
I agree. But it's a good problem to have, because it means you're effective and people are now trying to discredit you instead of attacking your arguments because you have that level of reach at that point. So, you know, it's not a bad problem to have. So
Yeah, not a bad problem to have.
Professor Jiang. So,
Yeah,
you know, I don't agree with everything he says, but makes some good points for sure.
Dude, I would love to. I know you were talking at one point before he really blew up, and people know Jay Scott had brought Professor Jiang to our awareness and in our arena here, and we featured some stuff he was doing before people knew who he was. So you were one of the first to discover him, and it might have. I mean, things change, right? Everything's timing, right? It's all about timing, and it looks like. I don't know. Maybe I'm assuming this, but it'd be harder. You said at one point we could maybe try and get him on the show. It's probably obviously harder to do now, but
we need to. I want to talk to him about secret societies for sure. That was the one thing that really caught my attention about him. But you know, he focuses. He doesn't talk about all the ones I think he should. So I'd love to speak to him a little bit more about that. But he is, I would say, the loudest voice right now that is openly discussing like the influence of secret societies.
The influence of secret societies.
I gotta give him that.
Yeah. Okay. Cool, man. Do we have time for the one more? This is a quickie. If we do it quick, or do you need to?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. This was the. Oh boy. Democrats refuse to learn, don't they? It seems that the Democrats will always find a way to lose. This is like clockwork. We see it coming every time. Let's get to those polls, guys. What's it looking like? Political polls is telling us this new 2028 presidential poll. Oh my God. Harris is sitting there with a solid 5-0, well above Newsom, sitting there at second place at 22. Shapiro at 9. AOC's in there with 8. I thought she'd have a little more than 8. Prinkster at 6. So I guess that's everybody else is probably 2s and 1s and 0s. But that's what we're seeing. This is honestly, I'm shocked at this. I'm shocked at this because I'm not saying that I assumed Harris would be on this. I can't believe the leaps and bounds ahead of Newsom here. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild to see this at this point. Obviously, these numbers can change. Let's look a little closer at Harris because it looks like she has officially reached an all-time high in the odds to become the 2028 Democratic presidential nominee. What? Really? How can this be? What is going on? Do you have a theory about this? Are these? It's too early for these polls to make any sense. Where is this coming from?
You know, I think it's mostly the fact that Democrats are scared of being called racist or sexist, and maybe they feel like if they don't support Kamala, then they're going to get one of those labels. But she's clearly a terrible politician. I mean, like, you have to be a very bad politician to lose to a game show host with no like real political experience. And so far, the two people who've been able to do it are Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, right? So, you know, the fact that we're still talking about her after watching her talk herself in circles during the last election, like the last race she was in before that election, she had to drop out of early because she was going to lose it in her own home state. Like they had to pull her out of the California senator's race because she wasn't going to win it and they didn't want to embarrass her. So she can't win in her own state. She lost against Donald Trump. She hasn't come out and like really explained what she would do differently if it was her in office, yet she's still keeping all this support, you know, somehow, some way. So it really confuses me as to why people would want her again over someone new. Like, even out of those choices, I don't like any of them, but like AOC or even Gavin Newsom would probably be a better shot like than Kamala Harris at this point. But I guess the biggest strike against Newsom is California has had some really bad problems. And if there's one thing California is known for across the country, it's having a really high cost of living. So maybe as people are seeing their bills go up, you know, like wherever they are, the thought of having someone come in to run the country who has been shown to be bad for inflation. Maybe that's what's scaring them away from Newsom. So I don't know. I couldn't tell you what's really going on there, but it's just shocking to me that Kamala Harris, like, is still that high. Because, like, newsflash, guys, like, if you don't like every single woman in the world, it doesn't mean you're a messiah. Or if you don't want them to be president, or if you don't think every single black person is qualified to be president, it doesn't make you racist. You don't have to support Kamala Harris just because you know her name, just because she's a woman, and just because she's black. Let's start looking for good politicians with good policies, not even good politicians, good people with good policies, and who were actually making substantive, like, plans and promises for us. And Kamala hasn't done any of that. And last thing, she literally criticized Trump for being too soft, like, on Iran before. And so to think that she would have done something differently as she sat over a genocide during Biden's term is just ridiculous. Like, she isn't coming out and saying she learned from the experience. All she's doing is she's saying, oh, look at Trump's war, inflation is high because of Trump, but she's not clarifying what she would have done differently. And we saw what she did while she was in power. That was empower Israel. So
yeah. Well, the part that just baffles me is that we know that one of the biggest reasons, the biggest reason the Democrats could not get to the goal was because of the Palestine movement. That's why. That's because they were in the streets in Chicago saying, you guys have all sold us out to genocide, Joe. That was a bipartisan movement, but it was taking Democrat voters that generally would have gone blue no matter who, and they said that's our red line, right? That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. It's
the
genocide.
big mistake they made was believing Trump's bullshit. Like, that's what I hope that people learn from, because the Green Party isn't perfect. Jill Stein isn't perfect. The Libertarians are perfect. If everyone would vote their conscience instead of voting out of fear, then both the Libertarians and the Greens would be above 5%, and there would have been, like, some more legitimate debate, and maybe we could have forced their hand, a little bit more. And I agree with that comment 100%. I also voted for Jill Stein. And just so everyone's aware, Kamala Harris is of Jamaican descent. I was born in Jamaica. My family's Jamaican. I cannot stand that woman. Do not let identity politics run your life, guys. Don't let anyone tell you that you're anti-Semitic if you have a problem with Israel. Don't let anyone tell you you're racist or sexist if you don't want Kamala Harris in office. Like, she's a terrible politician. Nobody likes her, and there's nothing wrong with you if you want to recognize that fact loudly and shout it from the rooftops.
Yeah. Well, let's also be clear about this. There was a 100-day span where she was hand selected. There was no primary. Just so people remember, no primary. There was senile Joe, who you were not allowed to say had anything more than a stutter until it was okay to say it was not a stutter. It was actual mental decline. And there was that moment that Hollywood decided we can start to say the thing out loud. And the reason that happened was because money was being not hijacked. It was being
funneled. Yeah.
It was being funneled. It was being halted. It was like there was billionaire Hollywood elites that are generally in the Democrats. So they were holding on to the money that they promised the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party wanted that money. And the condition of them getting that money was that they had to switch out Biden. That was the condition. So they handpicked Kamala at the exact time where it wasn't too late to have people concerned about it's too late. How are we going to do this? And it wasn't too early to say we want a primary. So they found just the right little cubby of time to do it. They did the swap. Everyone went along with it. This woman power, feel the joy. Everybody was feeling joy overnight. Immediately, it was overnight joy. Everyone woke up and said, I don't know what it is, Jay. I just feel joyful today. Oh, look, my feed is telling me to feel joyful. So I do. And there you go. There's your 100 days of Kamala. But let's be clear. We can sit here and talk about what she did wrong and why she was a bad choice. But we didn't choose her. She was hand selected. And I fully believe she was chosen to bring that money into the party. It was an operation of let's get that money. and let's get the money from the people, and let's get them on track to be back in the two-party battle, so then we can gear up for the next time. That's what so that was what that was. It was a money laundering scheme.
That's a very plausible explanation. I still lean towards the whole plan was for Trump to win the whole time.
No, but I'm
and
saying
they
that.
knew,
I'm saying that. I'm saying the plan was for Trump to win. And people, when you tell people that, they always ask, then why go through all this shit with Kamala? And I'm telling you the answer to that is because
I see what you're saying.
You bring that money in, and then you let Trump take over. And then guess what? Guess what you got to do for 4 more years? You got to take more money. We got to stop it, guys. Bernie, I'll give me my money. Give me my money, mother effers. Come on now. Come on, give me my money.
Exactly.
The Republican, the Trump, the greatest trust, the greatest trust we've ever had in the human history.
Yep. And you get to organize your No Kings protests as you cheer on King Charles. Like an actual king. The Democrats love King Charles because he's from the UK and he doesn't like Russia. So they cheer on the actual king as they protest against Trump and the No Kings thing. So that is pretty hilarious. Shout out to Garland Nixon. That was a banger tweet I saw him put up there.
That was a good. The Israel thing, I can't wrap my head because I feel like we got this part of it. We got this part of the equation worked out. We get this every 4 year. We know the playbook, right? Back and forth, Same policy, same wars, same Israel stuff. But I don't get the blatant out loud shit. I don't get this. I don't get well, I'm gonna do this article and the thing you talked about Kamala being like, I'm gonna be even harder on Iran. Let's just show people this is like, how do you get away with this? And people don't go, what are you doing? Kamala Harris vows to do whatever is necessary to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons if elected. So she said on Friday that she would ensure that that Iran never obtains nuclear weapons. Why is she saying this now? It makes those. I mean, we saw it on the campaign trail, but now she's saying it now as she's at what, 50%? What the F, man? How is this separate? You're saying, oh, make no mistake, as president, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary as soon as I have a drink, and then I will defend American forces. I'm just, that's a little, but and interest from Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. Oh my God, man. How are you getting away? Couldn't you at least give us like something of a, hey, Trump's been a little insane out there. I'm going to do it a little more thoughtful and understand that there's people that want to work with us and that No, she's like terrorists. Raw.
Yeah, I mean, that's what tells me that unfortunately, as much as I want Alex Karp to be wrong, I do think he might be onto something on that 3-front war prediction, he's made, because if people get that pissed off, like with Trump, and they're just like, forget it. I just need anybody but Trump or anybody but Republicans. Forget it. Let's just give the Democrats a chance again. And we see that they have the same rhetoric, like with no queens, but yes, queens. That's a good one. Fire comment right there. So
bookmark that one.
No kings, yes, queens. That I'm gonna steal that one. But she hasn't toned down the rhetoric against Russia. She's showing you she's going to be at least as aggressive, against Iran. And they always talk about what big of a threat, China is, and China is allied somewhat, like with both of those countries. So, we really have to ask ourselves, what's going to happen? Like if we allow this to progress, we got to find some way to stop it. So, national strike, guys. I don't know who's going to organize it, but, we need a national strike to, change this foreign policy and get Medicare for all so we can help, people who actually need it. We got to redirect this money, guys. That's all I can say.
So she doubles down on this. The keyword that separates her is diplomacy is my preferred path. It's preferred, but all options, like Pete Hegseth says, it's death and destruction. We negotiate with bombs. I mean, you might as well just say that. We negotiate with bombs. In other words, all options are on the table.
She says the same thing Trump says. Trump says, I want him to make the deal. Make the deal, Iran. Just take the deal, and then we can end all this. So she's literally saying the same thing as Trump, just in slightly fancier words. That's all.
Look at this. She says when Donald Trump was president, let Iran off the hook. So she was talking about the last term, right?
Yeah.
After, or is she talking about right? She's not talking about right now. What? Okay.
And after, sorry, I think this article actually was while she was running, but she has been saying things right now
got it.
that still indicate she's on the same page, as she was back then. But
well, even if she kept her mouth shut right now, I'm still perplexed at where you get 50% from. How does that make sense? Because we have these articles, we have this, we have this, man. We have this effing footage right here.
I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7.
Oh my God. This is what we have to go on. What is this 50? I don't understand what this 50% is. It's because this is her.
People have short-term memories. They're pissed off about inflation. They recognize Kamala's name, and so forget it. Because we know who she is, she has a better chance of winning. I don't know too much about these other guys. I don't know. I can't explain it any other way. But it's just showing you the Democrats have nothing. But who knows? Maybe we'll see a surprise coming from the Democratic side. One day. To be honest with you, I wouldn't rule out a run from Jon Stewart one day. And I think if he ever entered politics, then he would be the next Barack Obama, like if he ever tried that. So who knows what the future holds.
It's all a game, man. These are writers in a writing room. They're coming up with the script for the next term, and we're sitting around pretending that we have an actual say in this, and that we're like, oh, I would think this. They're deciding who's going to be the best fit for what they want. And that's how we got Trump too. And that's why we waited 4 years for it, because they needed to do this little swap out and then swap them back. And you keep the country divided. And you keep everyone thinking that your side are the good guys and your guys taking on the deep state. All right. How's that going? How's that deep state? By the way, how's that deep state taking on going?
Don has empowered Palantir never, like you wouldn't even believe. So that's going to be my new name for him moving forward, Deep State Don. So
yeah. Well, there we go. So it's a same old. I can't wait to see what comes next. But I think we could probably predict it at this point. There's only so many recycled storylines they can keep doing to us every 4 years, right? Until we figure it out. But okay. Jay, I think that wraps up with our segments together. We have some more stuff coming up here in a moment. A couple more segments we're going to do. But Jay, what do you want to let people know where they can find you, what you have going on right now?
Yeah, sorry. You guys can find me, on Twitter at the Jay Scott, or if you're interested in making a difference and actually getting involved locally, I'd encourage everyone to visit www.wtpnational.com. We're trying to build a decentralized third party that unifies people around ideas instead of political ideology. So, and we're trying to organize as locally as possible. So, don't be discouraged by everything that's happening. Let's try to, build some bridges along nonpartisan lines. Let's come together and recognize that while we may face more threats than ever before, we also have more solutions than ever before too. So the future could be bright if we find a way to come together and make it. So, with that being said, what did you want to say, Matt?
One more thing. We have somebody waiting in the wing that has something to say to you. She's not very happy. Yeah. Jay, I think you pissed her off with that third party talk there. That's what happened.
Well, you can't make fun of a grieving widow, Matt. That's past the line, man. Like even if she may have been involved in her husband's murder, that's still a grieving widow. You got to respect that. So yeah, hilarious.
Yeah, and she
allegedly. Allegedly, obviously, I don't have
Allegedly.
any proof of that. So
Allegedly.
yeah, but anyway,
All right, Jay.
appreciate you as always, Matt.
Definitely.
You know, all the best to you and the fam,
Thank
man.
you.
You know, sending prayers, good vibes to your father-in-law. You know, hope he pulls through, man.
Well, no news is good news, so we're looking good
Yeah.
right now. So that's how
Perfect.
we're feeling pretty good here. So thanks, Jay,
Excellent.
for being part of today's show. It's been a good one.
No
Thanks.
problem.
Okay,
Nice
we'll
work,
see.
man. Later.
Okay, see ya. All right, guys. Homeless left. We are rocking and rolling today. You know, it's really weird. We had that due dissidence raid. Usually when they come in, they bring, and I know some of you might still be watching from those guys. That's great. I love that you came over here, but I noticed that usually it's like a couple hundred that drop in when they do the crossover. I didn't see, I thought, man, there's something weird with those Rumble numbers, but they did start climbing up a bit since then. And speaking of Rumble, we saw some super chats. Oh, we certainly saw some super chats. So we have to carry them over. They don't come on their own like from YouTube. So we brought a few over here from Rumble. So you guys, we know you're there and we know you are tuning in. So here we go. We got a couple they're called Rumble rants. Here we go. This is from Ejafari. Thank you so much for the Rumble rant. Most of that grain is for animal feed or export. Subsidies make sure Mexican farms can't compete with our corn prices in their markets. Same for cotton in India. Interesting. That's in reference to the farm issue we were talking about. So the supply chain itself. Those are interesting. The way that these markets are rigged. And the competition gets rigged from these different markets. Interesting. Thank you for that super chat. It's a Rumble rant. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And then we have R. Dean W. Thanks for the Rumble rant. My boss just told a coworker that they are going to cap income for hourly employees. Seems like a dumb way to lose some really good stuff. We're right back to the trickle down 80s method, right? You don't take care of your staff. F them. Because we're all replaceable. By the way, we're all replaceable. All of us, AI, right? So you can cut benefits, you can cut hours, you can max people out, cap them out. And what are they gonna do? They're gonna quit. We'll find someone that will do it because all the jobs are being taken away, and so people are desperate. So if you want to stand up and say no, I won't be treated this way, they go fine, get out. Somebody else will, because people are desperate, and that's the supply and demand problem in the job market. Even though Elon will tell you what Elon tells you, it's all good, man. AI is going to make us life. We're all going to be billionaires together. That's what Elon Musk wants you to believe. We're all going to be billionaires together because we won't have to do any shit jobs anymore. We're all can sit around on our yachts and sip Mai Tais. That's what he actually tells us. What he doesn't understand is that's only for a very small amount of people. Everyone else gets put into a lower class echelon, which is what is happening. This is why back in the Epstein files, all you got to do is look up what was Bill Gates looking into. What was he looking into? We got to bring back the Neanderthal gene. That would be very effective and productive and useful in this new time of power and control. How do you control the masses? We'll put them on a lower gene line of Neanderthal. Wow, that's in there, guys. Go look that one up. It's crazy. And if anybody sees that and thinks that there's any other reason to look into the Neanderthal gene, is there any other reason to do that other than another knocking people down one more level below where they already are to an easier way you can control them through the gene pool, right? That's what that is. The guy was obsessed. He is obsessed with gene experimentation, vaccines, and also surveillance. He's also obsessed with surveillance along with all these other technocrats like and I don't know if Bill Gates qualifies as a technocrat. He doesn't have necessarily the education to qualify it as a Silicon Valley PayPal dude, but he certainly aligns with those people, right? All the people that are they're all obsessed with tracking and tracing and yeah, spying, and weapons. They're obsessed with weapons. Punishing people that get out of line. You got to punish them. Punish. Okay. Yeah, teach them all a lesson. All right, we're moving on. Let's just, you know what? Let's just get to you guys. I have 2 more segments. We're gonna cut the loudest voice. We're not doing one this week. But I have 2 more segments. We're gonna do Michael Jackson, and we're gonna do the UFO story. But before that, let's just get to you guys, because I know you guys have been chiming in the whole day, and we really freaking appreciate that. And generally, we would have Leslie on here on Thursdays doing a talking back with you, Nurse Leslie. Unfortunately, that can't happen today because family matters come first, and we all have to send our thoughts and prayers and good energy, good vibes over to Leslie's father, who's undergoing some very, very, very difficult and intense treatment right now for all of his issues, all of his medical issues, which were induced by, as we know, the COVID vax. And we have all of these symptoms and problems and side effects, if you will, that all have to be treated at the same time. And it's very, very, very alarming. And we really, we really need to be in a good spot right now. And getting some no news right now is good news. As we said to Jay Scott, no news is good news. So great. I hope everything has been going well. And as soon as we end the show, I'll be heading over there with Leslie, and we're going to check in with Papa, and hopefully everything is okay for now. And we can only do this. We can only take things one day at a time. Sometimes we have to take one day at a time. We can't. We're the long run, the full picture. It's hard. We can't see it. Sometimes we have to wake up and go, you know what? Today, right now, it's just about getting through today, and that's okay to do that sometimes. We're basically doing that right now. We're saying, let's just get through today. Let's make sure today goes well, and then when tomorrow comes, we'll get to tomorrow. We'll deal with tomorrow when tomorrow comes. So let's get through today, guys. It's been a good one. I'm happy we made it here. You guys are here. Let's talk to you guys. I'll play in the jingle, and we'll have a little chat. We'll have a little chat with you guys. You guys have been badasses today, by the way. Thank you for all the engagement. We'll play it in. Here we go. What's up, guys? It's Talking Back, and today's episode is damage out of control. The amount of effort we've seen from this administration and the media and the imperialist machine and the billionaire class and all the different tools they have in place to control the narrative and damage control when things go wrong. They're working overtime right now, and it's hard for them to get away with it, as they used to be able to. And so we're noticing that more than ever. So that's why we're saying it's out of control. The amount of damage control they have to do is out of control. So we're looking at the new COVID vaccine data that is completely insane data that is showing us the levels of increase from this experimental gene therapy that affected so many Americans, specifically children, killing so many children. And the FDA has now admitted that, according to Ron Johnson, who did a hearing on this yesterday, only focusing on the Biden responsibility in this, but not on the Trump responsibility. But it's all of them. And you guys need to understand, it's all of them. It's all of them. So on top of that, we had top censored news. We saw that the LA fires were looking like a land grab. So that looked like a little legitimate theory that has got more and more proof based on a phone call that was leaked with our mayor here in LA, Karen Bass. What else? We got Pete Hegseth being grilled as he should be. We have AOC doing the right thing for once. That's interesting. That's interesting to see. So a lot of stuff here. You guys chimed in on a lot of that stuff. So let's get to what you all had to say. And what I want to start with is, I know, man, we're getting some great super chats from you guys on our YouTube channel. And you can always throw stuff in right now live while we're all doing this, and we'll see if we can get to you. We're not gonna be able to get to everyone. But thank you for long time supporter of the show, Citizen. You've done some great suggestions and materials that you've offered us and engagement. I'll just throw one of your super chats up here. Iran won't allow PDFs to rebuild the radars, right? Yeah, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that Iran took out the radars. We're talking about the stuff that we were controlling, not just sanctioning the crap out of them, not just bombing the shit out of them, not just having these military installations all over the region, all over the Middle East. What we saw was that we also had these kind of I guess weather modification machinery and chemtrail radars and things in there that Iran not only discovered as they were taking out each of our military bases, they actually did take that out as well. And of course, they don't want these PDFs to have anything to do with rebuilding. And I don't think, I have to say this, chemtrails or no chemtrails, I'll say this, Citizen. I don't think we're going to see the level, not even close, of ability of us to even exist in these in this region with these bases ever again. I think that time is past. I don't think we rebuild anything, let alone even have any presence. Now, there might be a little something sprinkled here and there, but as far as the magnitude of our presence in the Middle East, I think that time is over. I think it's over. And one more from you, Citizen. Look, I know on the last show we had a few people also say run it. They want me to run for something. I appreciate that. And Matt for LA Mayor. Yeah, replacing that Karen Bass psychopath. Natural born organizer. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I mean, there's ways we can organize. It doesn't have to be running for office, but I do fully appreciate it. Let's get to some of these other ones as well. Oh, look at this. We do have another one that came in here from Chris. Thank you. Erica looks like Temu Sarah Connor. Oh, that's right. From T2. That's a good one. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, this is a funny little one that's been going around on Twitter. Now that I got that image of Sarah Connor, let's take a look one more time. This Erica's not too happy with us right now, guys. Watch out for that stare. It's a killer. Oh. Freedom. Come with me if you want to live. Oh my God. That's pretty much that's pretty accurate. It's funny because it's true, right? It's funny because it's true. See, we had a couple more here. Oh, I just highlighted this was cool. We had this earlier, the no kings, but yes, queens. I love it. That's the identity politics of the left. You guys, please don't fall for that ever again. If you ever did, it's okay. Don't ever fall for that again. We don't give a shit about, oh, we're giving an opportunity. It's not an opportunity. The elite being in positions of power is not an opportunity for any of us. Just to be effing clear, you're not scoring one for the Latinos or scoring one for the Jamaicans or scoring one for women. Yay, women. That's not a thing. A president of the United States or a position of power around the president being a particular gender or ethnicity or sexual orientation is not a thing that helps anybody else. In fact, it's worse. They use it against us. Because why? Because we're not allowed to criticize the minority. We're not allowed to criticize the woman. We're not allowed to criticize. If you have a problem with their policy, then you are racist. You have a problem with their policy, then you are sexist. If you have a problem with their policy, then you are, there's other ones, right? What else is it? Racist, sexist. Ageist. That's a good one. That's a good one. This is why I think Gavin Newsom's in a hard time because he doesn't check it. You got straight white male, young. You can't, you have a problem with this policy. You have a problem with this policy. So you can't blame it on Like with Biden, you're an ageist. Even Trump, you're an ageist, right? But more Biden really got that. He got to wear that one. That was a protective shield for Biden, right? You're like, the dude can't find his way off the stage. And they're like, what are you, an ageist? How dare you? How dare you, sir? Oh gosh, this is cool. Thank you so much, James and Lisa. James and Liz, 57. Thank you so much. You have a rare talent for speaking at length without disturbing the facts. You know, sometimes I slip over the words, but when I'm just ranting and there's no script, it is fun to do sometimes. And I don't prepare the monologues. When you guys hear me do a monologue, I don't prepare the monologue. I prepare the material. Occasionally slip on reading some of the stuff. I think we've gotten a little better. I've gotten a little better at that over these few years here. But I do appreciate all that, guys. It does mean a lot. All your guys' support means a lot. Okay, let's get to some of these other ones. I'll get these Rumble rants up again. These ones are good. I'll just throw them up. I won't read them again, but this is just great. Coming over from Rumble, I really appreciate the Rumble rant. Jafari, very cool. Thanks for this comment. And Ardeen W, thank you so much as well. That sucks about the income cap that employees would do this right now. Employers would do this to employees right now. It's disgusting. But this is the model we're in, guys. This is the profit over people model. The free market. It ain't a free market, guys. It's rigged. It's a rigged market, and it's not work really hard, and you too can become any of these psychopaths yourself. If you work really hard, you can be the next Jeff Bezos. You work really hard. Oh, if you have a good idea and you're sitting around your college dorm, you're trying to impress a woman like Mark Zuckerberg, you too. You know, you might get her attention. You might get her to like you if you come up with a $1 billion, trillion idea. But that's not how it works. These people are hand selected by a machine that's in place that's utilizing them and funneling their tech through what is seeming to be like some great invention or that free market. There's that person that worked hard, he got in the right place at the right time. No, that's not it. They're being used. Zuckerberg was used. Facebook was a spy weapon, a weapon that was used to funnel the information machine of spying on Americans. They moved it into the social media realm and they used Facebook to do it. And Mark Zuckerberg was just the tool to do that. That's it. And you build him up, you give him the means, you break laws to do it, you bypass every sort of not just ethical rule, but like even mathematical rule. You break every mathematical rule known to man. You guys don't understand that, like, mathematically it's impossible to become a billionaire without a rigged system. It's impossible. It's not, you don't work hard and become a billionaire. So laws have to be broken. People have to turn their head, and there's an exchange. So you turn your head, you allow the guy to become the billionaire, and then he is indebted to the thing that did that for him. Just like Elon Musk, fully indebted to the U.S. government and NASA and all of the stuff that built his tech. He owes right back, and he has to be a pawn for them. So they're not living the life you think they are living. But you do have to be some sort of psychopathic sociopath at the bare minimum, just at least somewhat of a sociopath to even start in a position like that, and be selected. To be selected to be that person, you have to check. There's some certain boxes you have to check up here, right? Sam Altman clearly checks some boxes there. Just not you're missing some of those human components, right? That's an actual. So you fit a profile that is workable for them, and they go, this dude, Sam Altman, he'll be perfect for this AI ChatGPT shit. He'll be perfect. It won't matter if he has to off one of his employees that was whistleblowing the problem with the actual product. You can just off him and have no second thought about it. You won't lose sleep. It could be a good friend of yours. It could be like this dude was that Sam Altman offed and then lied about it. Said, the guy committed suicide. Of course, it sucks when you wake up with a sudden case of the suicides. I think it sucks. I hope it never happens to us. But if it did, we believe me, didn't want it. I guess you can't help it. If you catch the case of suicides, Good luck to you. I hope we never catch it, but it's nothing that anybody actually wants. So just to be clear, it's something that happens to you. That's why we call it being suicided, which is a thing. Apparently it's a thing. Okay. Enough on that tangent. Let's get to a few more of you guys because we've got some really good. Let me see. Yes, this was a pro wrestling. We get the pro wrestling element. Every time we have these Senate hearings, committee hearings, there is some pro wrestling involved. But whether it's Secretary of War, Hegseth, we saw earlier in the show. Also, AOC did. There is some pro wrestling there as well. AOC back and forth with Trump's guy that was defending the liability protection from Bayer. That dude. So yes, there's some pro wrestling involved every time, right? But every once in a while during that pro wrestling match, you certainly can get a nugget here or there that does either go viral or people see it, and it might affect something of a wake up call of something. But a lot of it is just the theater that holds it all together. Let's see what else. Oh man, I'm not going to be able to get to everything here. No way. But Mary Poppins, I always appreciate you tuning in on Rumble. I don't think any vaccine is actually a vaccine. Look at the history and it becomes clear they've been trying to reduce populations with them since day one. And they talk about it. And you're right about that. And Bill Gates obviously talks about population reduction. So it's just a name. It's just a name. It's just vaccine. And they can change the definition all they want because it's just a thing they use. It used to be, by the way, something that stopped you from getting the thing. That's what a vaccine was. Now it makes it so you get the thing, but you handle it easier, right? It lessens the severity of the thing. So that definition actually changed. That it wasn't like that before COVID. Just to be clear, that was the official definition, and it changed. So now they can say, because you can then, if you move the goalpost on definition, then you can move the goalpost on what the safe and effectiveness. So whether the thing actually works, just change the definition of the thing, and then you can say it works when it really didn't work. Safe and effective at what? When people say safe and effective at what? What are you talking about? Ask them, because we don't get clear answers on this. Lockdowns work. Oh yeah, work to do what? What's the goal? Do we know what the goal is? I'm not being funny here. Do we know what the goal is when they tell us something is effective, something's working? This works. What works? Work to do what? Safe and effective. Effective to do what? Stop me from getting the thing? Well, it didn't work because I got the thing. Oh, well, then we're trying to, lessen the severity. Well, you didn't say that up front. So you're changing the thing. Yeah, I love lockdowns work. That's a great one because it's like work at what? Like closing everybody's mom and pop shop, effing up your kids so they don't have any ability to engage with adults and see facial expressions, and because they're in a mask all day and they had to Zoom their classes online, and now they're afraid to engage with people and they're stuck at home and they kept their mask on and they're still wearing a mask today. So what was it? I'm sorry, what was it effective at? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Oh, we got some pizza discussion going on. Oh my God. A lot of pizza discussion. I wonder if you're talking about actual pizza, guys. I wonder. Oh boy. Okay. Next one here. Yep, Mary Poppins, you will eat nothing and be happy. That's it. Either die of poison or die of starvation. It's one or the other. Okay. Let's do a couple more and then we'll get on. We got 2 more segments for you guys, and it's already we just hit the 4-hour mark, so we can grab in. Oh, thanks for the 100. Thanks for the 100 there, Bird in the Sand. Appreciate that one. That's always cool. And let's see here. Okay. Oh, Mouse says up. You did come from DD. You did. Thank you for that. That's great. I remember you told me that before. Yes. Okay. Oh yeah, this is for Leslie. Thanks for the positive vibes, Chris. Really appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, this is absolutely true, Hugo. The average age of death is going down, not up. Yeah, the death age. Yeah. Okay. Let's end with a good one. And I'm really, I apologize I can't get to all you guys. There's so much here, and yeah, I was man, it's hard because Leslie would be here with us right now, and it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Okay. What do we have here? Okay. Let's do a quote from AOC, since we're talking AOC. Wait, hold on. I just missed that one. You know what? It just ran by here. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, I have a breaking from Ghost Start from earlier. This is interesting. I got to look this up. Ghost Start breaking air defense activity in West and Southwest Tehran countering micro drones. According to FARS, there is no explosions on the ground. So this is all in the air in the south, in the West and Southwest Tehran. I wonder who's responsible for this. I wonder who's doing this. I thought we were at a stalemate, right? I thought we were at a ceasefire, right? Huh. Interesting. Okay. Let's wrap this up for now, and then I'll get to some more of you guys later when we get to the final. You know what? Let's end with this one. Let's end with this one. I know sometimes we said we had some people that were not as happy with, and I was scrolling through some of those comments that were not as happy with our discussion, Jay Scott and myself having the discussion about the vaccine injuries and the death rates and all of the different data. And I have to say, look, this is good news. If you're saying, Chris, that half your family took the vaccine and luckily no noticeable problem so far, that's great news. We're happy for you. And yeah, that's great. We don't, and I'll end with this. We being people challenging the COVID narrative from the beginning, which was us challenging the COVID narrative from the beginning. We don't need injuries and deaths to happen in order to be right. So I know there's a misconception there. I know when the late Scott Adams told us as he was dying of rapid cancer, and he said, I effed up. I should have listened to the anti-vaxxers. They were right. The anti-vaxxers are right. You win, I lose. And he said that. He had that obnoxious, cynical, I lost, you win, I'm going to die. And he's dead. He died. He goes, oops. I thought you guys got lucky. You just got lucky. You flipped the coin and you got the right way. You win, I lose, I die, you live. That was what he said. And he did it in a way as if we were playing some game of win and lose, which we weren't. As far as we're concerned, everybody lost. No, there's no winners in this scenario. There's no winners. So what we were right about isn't that Scott Adams got rapid cancer and died and what makes us right. That's not a thing. What we're right about is the morals and principles and ethics involved with how we treat each other during these type of situations, and how we need to be for free speech, and you don't deplatform doctors, and you let people practice medicine, and you take the Hippocratic oath, and you have your privacy when it comes to you don't have to reveal your medical records. The list is long, and you don't mandate something that people don't want to do, and you don't threaten their job, and you don't take away their career. You don't shut down small businesses and have Amazon run rampant. You don't funnel money into the biggest upward transfer of wealth in human history, which was the CARES Act in the summer of 2020, while we were all locked down and couldn't do anything and everything was closed and we weren't allowed to go to the gym or the beach or play basketball. There were boards up on basketball rims. The skate parks were filled with sand, which cost money, which Gavin Newsom did here in California, took money of taxpayers and filled skating parks with sand. So all of that was wrong. And we don't need Scott Adams to have a rapid cancer and be dead in order to be right about that. And Chris, I'll circle back to you and we'll end with this. Chris, this is good news that there are no noticeable problems. Good news. Let's hope that stays that way. If it doesn't, hopefully you have the tools and information and you can be an advocate for anyone you know. And I hope you guys have that information. You know how you can be that advocate for that person that maybe is afraid to bring this up or afraid or can't bring it up with their doctor, can't bring it up with their spouse, can't bring it up with their siblings, their friends, their coworkers. If you said something on social media, you can get blasted when you say, I have a problem. So you have to deal with a health problem and you have to deal with people blasting you for making a comparison to, oh, maybe it had something to do with that thing I took. How dare you bring that up? So these are the conversations that we have to continue to have. And we hope that everybody is okay. We don't need the thing to not work for us to have been right. Two separate issues. We don't need the thing to have worked or not. We don't need it to fail and kill people for us to be right. That they didn't test it, that they lied, that they kept the side effects hidden. They lied about the numbers. They had COVID deaths with COVID and from COVID combined. All of that was wrong, and we were right about that, and we don't need any excess medical catastrophes to happen in order to prove that we were right, because we were just right, independently of all that. So we're rooting for people not to get, obviously, we don't like rapid cancer. We don't want anybody getting that. And we hate if people like Scott Adams come up again and have that cynical win-lose thing. I don't know what to tell you. That's not a thing. It's not a thing for us. There's no, it's not winning and losing. We're all in this together, guys. Like literally, not the shit they were trying to do, have us locked down the rest of our lives. We're talking about, we are all asking questions together. We're all elevating each other together. And we're all trying to figure out how to impose principle that is consistent. So the next time that there's something that is deadly, that we know how to apply those principles, even when it's inconvenient to do so. That's Talking Back for today. Man, I did get off going on that one. That was crazy. Just went off on that. Okay. You know what? Let's just get to the next thing here. I'm going to set up, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to set up both final. I have two more segments for you guys. Let's just put a card up here because I don't have a segue today for you guys because we played the Lego. We played the Lego one up front. That was badass. So let's just get this up here now. We'll see you back here in like 3 minutes. And it's going to be, what do we got coming up? Final two segments. We have Michael Jackson segment for you guys with HOLLYWOKE, and we have Trump giving us a little UFO action. So it's a little UFO action and Michael Jackson coming right up, guys, on the Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news, non-tribal approach to life. I'm Matt Weinglass. We'll see you guys back here in 3 minutes for our final two segments of the week. This week in HOLLYWOKE, we're looking at the new Michael Jackson film, which debuted this past weekend, and a lot of mixed reviews on the film. We were able to check it out, and there's something that's not being said about the film. But let's start with the initial report on how that opening weekend went. And you guys know that here in Hollywood, we call it HOLLYWOKE for this segment. We understand there's a mechanism in place about the things we're allowed to see, the things we're not allowed to see, and of course, the things they want to spin to us in order to manufacture consent for public support or whatever nefarious thing we're getting ourselves into. So there is a manufacturing of our opinions, not just of policy politically, but also what we think of people that have voices, that Michael Jackson had a voice, and how our opinions are steered because of the way the Hollywood machine presents itself. And times like these, we have to ask to ourselves to maybe go back in time and say, did we maybe get that wrong at the time? And now would be a time to do that. Let's look at this film. We went into it with no expectations other than we did hear it was well produced and good performances. I wasn't holding my breath that there was going to be anything as far as an total honest take on what Michael Jackson's experience actually was. But let's start with this article from Daily Mail that just tells us that Michael Jackson, the biopic actually smashes box office records despite getting backlash for ignoring abuse claims. So what are we talking about here, Daily Mail? Well, let's see. And that's a shot of that. And this actually is the actor who played Michael Jackson, who is the nephew of the actual Michael Jackson, which is, it's pretty remarkable what the transformation he made to do this. But, you know, putting the performance part aside, well, let's look at this. So this is the record-breaking weekend. The late King of Pop, who died in 2009 at 50, is portrayed by 29-year-old nephew Jafar Jackson in the Antoine Fuqua-directed film. The movie raked in $97 million domestically and $120 million internationally for a global total of $217 million, according to account estimates on Sunday in the Hollywood Reporter. And they try to get those out before the weekend's over. So a lot of it is an estimate, but that's usually fairly accurate. And it had the opening of 30 million, as it's suppressing Oppenheimer's 80 million. It projections that it would surpass Oppenheimer in 2023. Okay, so all these other ones that were biopics as well, like Bohemian Rhapsody and others, it went by all of them. But the thing they're focusing on is what? The backlash over, what are they saying? The producer's decision to leave out allegations of child sexual abuse against a singer, which plagued him late in his career. Well, let's be clear about what goes on in the film. The film turns out, and I kind of wish I knew this going in, and I'll tell you guys this. It's like the first half of his life. So let's be clear. Let's be clear. The first half, it's the first half of his career. It ends. The movie ends when he's putting out his third album in still in the 80s. We haven't gotten into, we don't go into the 90s in this film. It doesn't happen. So if you guys know the timeline with Michael Jackson, is he got the sexual allegations against him, child abuse accusations came in 1993, which was well beyond when this film ends. So there's that. So the decision isn't to leave it out. The decision is to focus on part one. But we'll get to is there going to be a part two? We're calling this part one because it looks like there might be a part two, and then we'll have a whole nother discussion. So let's look at what was the deal? Why? So you have Graham King as a producer, and Lionsgate forced major production delays because they wanted to tell the story about the first half of his career. Okay. So why would that force delays? Well, there's people that want it. They were telling the producer, Graham King and Lionsgate, you have to put this in. So it's not that they go, we need to show this guy and the darkness. We have to show it. It's important because that's the narrative they want us to know about Michael. Oh, he's dangerous with those kids. So they go and attack on Rotten Tomato and make sure that the critics themselves gave it as it says here, dismal 35%. So that was a punishment to the filmmakers for stopping the film before that happened in the 90s. It stopped it. So Bad came out. He tours the album Bad, which is before, it's the late 80s, and that's the end of the film. Just so you guys know. And I'm not giving it away. I'm just telling you, it's probably better. I wish we knew that going in. I didn't want to sit there going, wait, what's going to go down next? So anyways, then you have the split of the family, whether they are for the film or not for the film. You have Janet Jackson not in the film. We wanted to figure out why was Janet Jackson, young Janet, not in the film. It turns out Janet Jackson didn't want to be in the film. We thought maybe there was another reason, but no. LaToya Jackson, she loved the film. She was there. Her character's in there. A young LaToya Jackson's in the film. She explains at the premiere in LA that her sister didn't want to effing be part of it. Okay. Well, that solves that question. Okay. So you got all these Jacksons running around. You're not going to get everybody to sign the rights away for themselves. They're just not going to do it. So they leave the character out, and that's what they did. And that part was a little awkward. Weird to not have, they had all the Jacksons hanging out in the house, and they're like, well, where's that little Janet? Why is she not part of this family? It was weird. But okay. None of that really, that's not really what we're getting at here. That's not really what this segment's about. So let's go a little deeper. First, you know what? Before we get to the politics part, I want to show you guys a little something that I noticed, because I was a fan of Thriller when I was really young, and somebody put this together. I'm going to turn the volume down so we don't hear Thriller, the actual Thriller music video that was emulated so perfectly. You got to give credit to this dude, the nephew of Michael Jackson, imitating it like this. I'm just letting you guys see this from the 1982 Thriller music video, and then there's the film that's out now of the recreation of the making of Thriller all these years later. And it's not just obviously not just the performance by the actor, but it's also the of course the cinematography and camera work all around, the lighting, the editing, the choreography, everything is it's coordinated exactly to a T. The rhythm is, it's unbelievable. So yeah, you don't even need the music to see what they were able to do here. So yeah. And again, this might be a reason enough to go check, just so you can go, oh, that looks pretty badass that they did that. Okay, great. But what is really going on here? What are we actually talking about when we talk about Michael Jackson? And why were there so many entities and critics, as they say, that were wanting to go on Rotten Tomatoes and destroy this? Because the fans loved the film. The critics hated it. And I know we've seen this before. So what is the thing that we're missing here? Well, it might be the actual thing that was left out. The reason that these bigwigs wanted that stuff in there is because they wanted to hold on to the narrative that Michael Jackson was looked at by a lot of people actually, that he had this issue with child abuse, that he had this issue. But what was it really about? Well, let's look at a different angle on this. This is you might not have heard of this guy. His name's Ron Newt. Illuminati bot tweets this out. Ron Newt was offered. Oh, here we go. How did they get all these people to claim that Michael Jackson molested their kids? How did they do it? If it's not true, Matt, if it's not true and Michael Jackson didn't molest any kids, how did they get the parents to do that? Well, Ron Newt was offered $200,000 to lie about his kids being touched by Michael Jackson. Why would you need to offer him $200,000 if you have legitimate complaints, legitimate people coming forward? Why would you need to offer anybody anything if you have a story? You have the evidence, you have the parents, you have the kids, right? You have an HBO special about, you saw this shit. The kids grew up and they still were making money off of this. HBO, how has your life changed? How hard has your life been since being molested by Michael Jackson? Yes, HBO did that. Did that just a few years ago after he died. They did that. So the problem is that Ron Newt said, no, I'm not doing it. And then he was pronounced dead shortly after this interview. Pay attention. This will sting.
I said, I'm here to help Michael. Oh, he said, oh no, we don't. That ain't what we want with you. We heard that your boy spent nights at the house. We want to know if Michael tampered with him. I just picked him up or touched him in any kind of way. If he did, we got $200,000 for you. I said, huh? I had just got out of prison. I said, man, I can't do that. Can't tell no lie like that. I ain't doing that. He said, you said, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna draw a check up, a contract up, and I'm gonna show you. We're finna give you $200,000.
So they want to pay you $200,000 to say that Michael Jackson molested your kids.
Yeah, just touched him or whatever, man. Right. Touched him or anything.
What would you have done if you found out that Michael Jackson molested your kids?
What you think I would have done, man? I'm a gangster. Come on, man.
Right.
It'd have been a problem. Come on.
Right. Well, you told me back when we met up years ago that if that would have happened, you would have killed Michael Jackson.
If he'd have touched my kids?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. But I love Mike, and I know Mike didn't do that, so he didn't have no problem worried about me.
Exactly.
Right.
But and I remember you had shown me a picture a while back.
Right.
It was your son at Michael Jackson's house wearing his underwear, but that was a personal picture that you took.
I took that picture. They just got out of the swimming pool.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
took that picture.
But they wanted to use that picture as evidence against Michael Jackson.
Right. Yes, they did. Yeah.
Okay, but you weren't going
for that now.
Okay, and Michael Jackson ended up winning the case.
Yes. And matter of fact, I was on my way down to help him win the case when I got a phone call from Messenger and said, we don't need you.
Yep, that's it. And he was killed, or I guess unalived. We'll just say unalived after this interview. So there it is. One example. But why would they do that? Why would they put so much effort and money into setting him up this way? You guys might know this already. You know. And I'll say this about the film, and there's a clip here I'm gonna play from James Lee, who did a really good job putting this together. When we try to ask our questions, why would they do this to him? And why did they trick so many of us? And you might be guilty of that. I mean, I don't say guilty, but we were susceptible to believing it, or at least being like, that is weird, the whole Neverland Ranch thing. The movie deliberately cuts this off, but one thing it does accomplish, and the reason why I have to give it a good score, not just because the actor does such a good job, the actual nephew of Michael Jackson does such a good job portraying the character, but it's also that it sets up the actual character of Michael Jackson. You get to see in the film what kind of person he actually is. That's key. And it makes us think that because the money came in for the film, and the money's important. The reason I showed you guys the money up front is why, because the money gives them an excuse, gives Lionsgate an excuse to make a sequel. You can do a sequel if you have the money. The money comes in from the sales of the box office. So it sounds like they got it. And the word is that they're actually working on a sequel. What's going to be in the sequel? Well, let's not hold our breath on it, but there's a chance that you could take the good character of Michael Jackson. And when I say good character, I mean, he was somebody, and he's depicted in the film this way, somebody who would stop everything and help somebody who can't help themselves, which is a core principle that would make him an activist today with all of the atrocities happening here. And if you guys want to talk about Palestine, we can certainly talk about Palestine. In fact, we don't have to imagine what Michael Jackson would do about Palestine right now, because he was doing it back when? Right before exactly when they started doing the child abuse allegations on him. How interesting. What interesting timing. Right in the early 90s there, 1993. James Lee is going to tell you guys, if you didn't know, now you know. Michael Jackson had a song about Palestine that he wasn't able to get released for some weird reason. They didn't want it out on his 1995 album, Michael Jackson History Part 1. Did not have that song on, and that was deliberate. Check this out.
Kind of crazy. Was Michael Jackson targeted because of his support of Palestine?
In 1993,
Michael Jackson was writing a song called Palestine, Don't Cry.
Just a century ago, when stories of peace were told, of how Galilee ran through the Jordan River, what remains are cold tales of war.
And he wanted it to be on his 1995 album, His Story, Past, Present, and Future. But Tommy Mottola apparently shut down this song from being able to be aired on the album. And this was in early 1993.
Yeah, and this was during, I believe this is the first Intifada.
Shortly after that, the same year after that song gets shut down, is the first time Michael Jackson is accused of inappropriate touching and molesting a child. This child's name was Jordan Chandler.
Wow.
And the jury, after looking at all of the evidence, found Michael Jackson innocent on all charges. But obviously, this was something that haunted him his whole entire life.
100% he was targeted in this situation. He was saying stuff you're not... I mean, you got to remember, he was like the biggest star of all time.
Well, and let's not also forget how Michael Jackson died.
Well, I thought it was a drug overdose.
Well, he was supposedly getting, what is it, propofol, which is like an anesthetic, right? That they use for like twilight anesthesia. Farhim Muhammad, who served as Michael Jackson's chief of security and was one of the first people to discover his body, of course, on June 25th, 2009, went to work as Sean Diddy Combs' head of security shortly after Jackson's death.
I think he was targeted. I mean, you see this happen over and over again, where if you speak out against a certain thing, all of a sudden you're labeled.
Michael constantly told me, Latoya, they're going to murder me. They're going to kill me. He would tell me that, Barbara. When I found out he had actually passed, I said, no, it wasn't an accident. He was murdered.
Who murdered your brother?
I don't know exactly who. I think there are more players involved than we know.
Will you name names?
I think within time it just might come out and people will know.
I think that's what it is. You either make the deal or we'll make the deal for you. You may not like that second deal because you may not be around to see the second deal.
That's a great conversation there. I gotta say, look, yeah, time does change our perspective sometimes, right? We can look back and see something. And by the way, go see the film because you'll see his character is being depicted as somebody that if today, right now, we're talking about being in the streets for Palestine. We know what HOLLYWOKE is doing to anybody who gets in the streets. They call them anti-Semitic. They call them all these names. It would be very difficult if Michael Jackson was alive today. It'd be very difficult for them to put him in a camp with, I guess you would have to say, Miss Rachel, right? You'd have to say, hey, here's somebody who just can't help themselves. They just hate Jews. And it's one of those things that you look at the person, you're like with Miss Rachel, you're like, that clearly doesn't make any sense. And he would be nominated for Anti-Semite of the Year because he would not be quiet right now. That's the part of it. And we need to understand that. So this film comes out. The critics try to destroy it. They don't want them to make the money that they could make on this film because if you don't make the money on the film, you don't get the sequel. So we're hoping for a sequel. Go see this one. Great performance. And again, it shows his character ends right before we're talking about this early 90s situation with the Palestine song that never gets released. And then, of course, all the allegations and they attempted to destroy him in that moment. And the fact that he lasted till 2009 does say something about the music outweighing the attacks and the packaging of this, let's end him. But they eventually did find a way to end him. But here we are, and people are showing up and seeing the film. So let's hope the sequel can show us a little bit more about who is really mad at this guy and wanted to teach him a lesson. Can they get away with that in a sequel? I mean, we're optimistically hopeful. This is Hollywood. This is HOLLYWOKE. So there's a control mechanism in place. But the least we can do is at least take this film and say, what kind of world would it be if he was alive right now? And how would they go about trying to stop him as they were able to get away with before? Because it's harder to stop people now because more of us are waking up, and I don't think we would fall for this ever again. The next time we hear somebody with the child abuse accusations, we look at their character, we go, that doesn't seem right. And then we look closer and we find out, the part you guys weren't telling us, there it is. And we are able to do that now. And that's good. That's good. We are evolving that way as consumers of entertainment in what we call HOLLYWOKE. Okay, that's enough on that one. Let's go ahead and do this final story real quick, because we do have to get out of here in a second here. So we'll grab this one real quick. This is a good one. I didn't mean to say this one to last. We got a little mixed up earlier in the show with the order, the structuring here. But what the hell? We got time for one more before we hit the 5-hour mark. Oh my God, we're doing it again. Before we hit the 5-hour mark, we will knock this one out. Here we go. It's the UFO story. It's the UFO story. All right. UFOs, Trump. Okay, just grabbing the right one here. Okay. All right. What do we know about Trump? We know his pattern of behavior. This administration, they're always looking for ways they can distract us, right, from the thing that they don't want us to be looking at. Whether it's the Epstein files, whether it's the Iran war, whether it's all of the other horrible things we've been susceptible to this entire first year and change of his second term. We had the White House false flag event over the previous weekend. That was a distraction as well. But right now, they needed to come up with an even bigger distraction. And what we're talking about is UFOs. And make no mistake, guys, UFOs are always going to be a distraction. Look at this very well put together press conference that was staged, by the way. It was staged from Fox News. Here you go. Getting people distracted by the next thing that Trump is looking into. And he's going to give us the real scoop that other presidents weren't able to do about UFOs. Oh, I can't wait to see what happens.
Releasing as much as we can in the near future for some reason, and I guess it's just a reason that's been in the minds of people for a long time, and that is such, they want to find out about the UFOs and anything having to do with UFO or related material, and we're going to be releasing a lot of things from that we have, and I think some of it's going to be very interesting to people. I've interviewed people, my first term primarily, but I interviewed some pilots, very solid people, and they said they saw things that you wouldn't believe. So you're going to be reading about it. Yeah.
Okay, so that was a whole lot of nothing, and then this is a marketing ploy, because you can't see it in the shot, but you have these NASA people standing next to him. So the question that was asked before the clip started, it sounds like it's off the cuff. It sounds like it's supposed to be organic, but it's not. All of this is staged. Again, he's not actually saying anything. Let's try to understand why this is happening right now. What is the significance of the timing of all this? What is actually happening? Okay, so for Megatron, and this is what we're saying, guys. Every time when things aren't going great, Trump speaks about aliens, and he's done it before. Trump on UFO disclosure. We found many very interesting documents, I must say. Where have we heard that? Oh, that sounds like Pam Bondi with the whole, we got all the files. They're all on my desk. All the Epstein files are on my desk. Just hold on. We're gonna get them all out to you. Very interesting stuff. Very crazy stuff. And then there's no timeline. And the first releases will begin very, very soon. What the hell is very, very soon? What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. Okay? Now, I'm not saying that there isn't going to be anything released. He'll come up with something. But there's no timeline. So we don't really know what we're even talking about here. Let's back up to just a couple weeks ago. He was doing this shit. He was trying it out. He was literally trying this speech out on the Turning Point USA crowd. And you can tell by his body language in this and the word choices that he's not even buying it himself, guys. He's not even, so he needed to warm it up on them before he did this this more official theater piece that you just saw. So this is Trump warming up. You can see that he has to flush it out, right? He's got to flush it out.
To begin releasing government files relating to UFOs and unexplained aerial phenomena. And I figured this was a good crowd because I know you people, you're really into that. I don't know if I am, but so I'm pleased to report.
You're really into that stuff. I don't even know what I'm talking about here. But yeah, I figured I'd try it out on you guys first. You crazy Turning Point people who for whatever reason are very split right now on some weird idea that your leader got assassinated by someone that wasn't a furry. I know it's a weird idea to have, but yeah, you guys are a little weird over here, huh?
Report today, I thought I'd save it for this crowd, because you're a little bit out there, you know, a little bit.
Oh.
That this process is well underway, and we found many very interesting documents, I must say. And the first releases will begin very, very soon, so you can go out and see if that phenomena is correct. You'll figure it out. Let me know. Let me know. But we've had a lot of questions. It's something that really captivates the mind. There's no question about it. With you, sir.
So again, he's not saying anything, but he had to warm it up on that crowd. Now we're going to start to see how the other mechanisms in play are responding to the fact that he's announced this. And again, we've seen this before. This Epstein's are coming. The Epstein files are coming, right? The 9/11 files are coming. The JFK files are coming. Oh, believe me, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be massive. It's going to be everything you guys have wanted, and no one else has been able to do it. But it's still nothing. The best we got was when after Trump said there was no Epstein files at all, and it's a Democratic hoax, we did get the 3 million pages. That was actually useful. That's the one time, but that wasn't him releasing that. That was a forced release that had nothing to do with his team controlling that. But obviously there's still 3 million pages missing still, but half of them it's something. This is going to be nothing. This is going to be absolutely nothing. But let's look at CBS is reporting on this, and that's when I say CBS, I actually mean ZBS, because we know Larry Ellison, the Zionist in chief at CBS. Barry Weiss, we know their elk, and we know what they're about here, and let's just try and figure out what their angle is with this from Shadow of Ezra. CBS News reports that President Trump's UFO declassification could point to a possibility. Here's the angle, guys. Angels and demons exist, not aliens. So never mind all the alien stories you guys have heard all these years. So what they're saying on what they're saying is they say what people are seeing may not be extraterrestrial at all, but a spirited manifestation of something. Oh boy. If you believe in interdimensional beings and you're a Christian, oh, here we go. The Christian Zionist mantra. That's what would be. That's what that would be. Oh my God. Okay. Let's look at this clip from this analyst. Okay, here we go.
One more thing about this, because we should just.
And I should correct it. I said CBS. It's actually CBN. Probably also owned by Zionists. They all are. By the way, they all are. But this is a spin. This is a mainstream spin, Christian Zionist angle here. And this is definitely to keep us in line for the U.S.-Israel war machine. Absolutely. I'm just going to tell you guys right up front. So keep that in mind when they start spinning what we know to be true about the intergalactic communication that we actually have had, and the nefarious activities we've been doing in Antarctica, and the duplication and replication of technology that is far beyond our years and our ability here on this planet. We know all that stuff. So what is it? What is the spin here? How do you make this religious and make this about getting in our religious camps, therefore keeping the divide and the fear alive, and not actually telling us anything that's legit at all.
Yeah, one more thing about this, because we should just dive into this conversation about what it might be, right? Because I think that is and we address this in the film. If you have a couple of options, you're either dealing with actual UFOs and aliens, that there are created beings beyond this world that we don't understand, and there are some Christians that are comfortable with that, or you're dealing with what she said, which is interdimensional beings. Now, that's interesting, because what is an interdimensional being? Well, a demon would be an interdimensional being, essentially, right? If you believe in angels and demons and you're a Christian, that's what that would be. So one of the primary theories, and this is one that I think is probably the most prevalent among Christians right now, is that people are not actually seeing aliens that are created species outside of humans living somewhere in the universe. They're actually seeing a spiritual manifestation of something that perhaps they're seeing into the spiritual realm. And there are a number of reasons why, and I know this sounds kind of wild, but we address this in the film. The evidence for why that actually could be the case is pretty interesting, and there's some compelling arguments for it.
Okay, I didn't realize this guy's trying to promote a film. He's using this lower network, CBN. I should have looked closer at it before we put it up. But regardless, it's the same point we're making here. It's the spin. It's this mainstream spin. We don't know exactly what, or if at all, or when at all Trump will be releasing these files, but we do know the pattern of releasing files. It's all show, it's all theater. But this angle is very important. So should just kind of put this aside, guys, but keep in mind that that's how they're going to play this, is keep us in our religious camps and make it about scripture, make it about prophecy, make it about everything that we've had. Our entire foreign policy has been about, right? And domestic policy has been about keeping the word of God and what is promised. And this it is written, all of this shit. This is you control people with this type of stuff that you can't really put your finger on. You just have to go with belief. And we come back to feelings. And that's been kind of the theme here of this administration, particularly. The theme of what? Of using feelings to dictate policy. And that's why we're in this crazy ass war with Iran right now, because of feelings. Trump had a feeling. Pete Hegseth just yesterday and today, been grilled about this. And he's saying, no, the Iranians have ambitions. We're bombing them because of their ambitions. It's feelings. So when we feel the power of God, we feel like that land is entitled to us, then we feel like murdering people because we felt that they were going to kill us first. So feelings, scripture. God told it to me. You weren't there, but trust me, he said it. This is the type of justification to keep people in exactly the place of state we want to be. Are we ever going to get the actual story? That's the question we were always asking. Are we going to actually get the real story? Are we ever going to get the real story? We can try and piece it together ourselves with the information we have to work with, but make no mistake, the UFO story is no different than Epstein, is no different than JFK, 9/11, all of them. That story is that we have to do the work. They're not going to hand it to us on a silver platter. It's never going to happen. We have to do the work. We have to take the clues, take the little nuggets, and we have to do the investigation. Do not hold your breath for a second that Trump's going to reveal everything. It's quite the opposite. It's going to be a deflection. It's going to be a misdirect. And it's going to put a lot of us, if you believe this guy and you believe anything that's been going on the last year and a half, that the Epstein files is a Democratic hoax, and that there's some other crazy reason why Israel isn't mentioned in the JFK files. Never mind. It was accidentally blacked out. Coffee stain. Can't see the word Israel. Don't worry about that. But these files, if anything comes out at all, if at all, whenever that is, it's certainly going to be another misdirect that we can add to the list of previous misdirects. And that's all we're going to get. So let's just do the work ourselves, guys. Let's do the work. Okay. I think that should do it. Ancient aliens. Okay. Thanks for that reference. Ancient aliens. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of you guys into this topic. We'll Yeah, well, we'll stay up. We obviously stay up on this. I really do appreciate the actual work being done on this, and how our technology and you guys know we've covered the Giza pyramids and all of these different like clues that we have been, our military, the secret below level, below need to know basis. Presidents don't even know, right, what's really going on in these rooms, and how we're experimenting with technology that goes way beyond our natural ability here on this planet. Like we're talking about interdimensional travel and teleportation and bending time and space, all this stuff. This is stuff that, like, yeah, we're not going to get that from Trump. So just so you guys know, we're not going to actually get that stuff. Okay. Oh, I love this one, Craig. This is funny. 33 years into this since my initial foray. 33 years. That's a good number. We see that number a lot, and I'm glad you've been doing it for so long, Craig, because we I can't say we're there yet, but we're doing it. Okay. And we'll do more on this. We'll do more on the alien subject. I just wanted to show you guys the timing, because timing is everything. It's all about timing. Let's go ahead and wrap it up. I'm going to just make sure. I got to look to see if I didn't miss any messages directly from Leslie here, because we've been in waiting mode here. I think this is good. No news is good news. Okay, this is good. We don't have anything bad to report from the home front here, or from the from the hospital front, and that's good. That's really good. I'm very happy. I didn't know if we get to this point. We did it, guys. We got to it. We got to the end of the show. I'm relieved. I didn't know if we were going to get to the end of the show today. I didn't know if we were going to do a show today. I didn't even know. Here we are. Let's wrap it up, guys. I just want to thank all you for being with us, toughing it out all day. I know some of you guys have been here the whole time. You've been in and out. Whenever you've tuned in, we really appreciate you guys, all of you guys. So a big thanks to Jay Scott, all of you guys in the chat. Thank you. We will be back next week. And if we aren't, you know that we did everything we can to be here, and we will communicate with you. We won't let you hang. We won't keep you hanging ever. That's my promise to you guys. We'll never keep you hanging. We'll always show up. We'll always let you know what's going on. But if all else fails, yeah, we will find a way. We will be here, whatever we got to do to get here. Next Tuesday and Thursday, we'll see you back here on the Homeless Left, the non-tribal approach to news show. And let's hope everybody has a good weekend. And stay positive for everyone. Let's keep sending each other positive vibes. And when you go out in the world, by the way, before I do the closing, the comedy, we're gonna end with some comedy, because we talk about free speech and we talk about the attacks right and left. Our words are violence. It's always our words that are violence. No, they're not. Comedy gets to be comedy, and the comedian or the writer or the performer, they're allowed to try out comedy. And if it's funny, then people laugh. If it's not funny, people don't laugh. If it's funny, people laugh and they buy tickets and they go see you, and then you get to do more jokes. If you're not funny, people don't buy tickets. So that's the state of art. That's what it's all about. And we need to keep it that way. So let's do some good comedy. We know Jimmy Kimmel was another stupid accusation that he's responsible for some crazy shooter who wasn't even a crazy shooter. It was a false flag operation. But just another indication to remind you that they're trying to keep us second guessing our own voices. Do not let that happen. So let's play some comedy to end the show. Some good comedy. Jimmy Kimmel is bad comedy. But guess what? He gets a right to tell jokes, because it's not a crime to tell bad jokes. So Jimmy Kimmel can tell his bad jokes, and we support his right to do so. And at the same time, we do love good jokes, and we love dangerous comedy. So let's leave you with a fun one from the stand-up who calls out an audience member. And just remember, it's all about free speech, baby. And you apply that principle, not just when it's convenient for you, but you also need to apply that principle when it's inconvenient to do so. So that's how it is. Let's keep our principles intact. Let's be consistent. That's what it's about. We'll see you guys next week. Remember, till then, always go out in the world with the courage that you have to do this and to live a life that's at a level that humanity demands for us to be considered human and take advantage of the life that we have here. Let's go out in the world with courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. Power to the people. Free Palestine. We will see you guys next week. We're out.
You're a defense contractor? Wow, that is not who I thought you were going to be. Can I get some pronouns going? She, her, okay, got it. Are you a trans woman? May I ask that? Is that right? You're a trans woman. Now, are you the only trans woman working at the defense contractor? No? There's just a defense contractor full of trans women? Just dropping bombs on brown people? How about those pronouns? Okay, so you make motors for what exactly? Rocket motors. Oh, rocket, for rockets. So like when that school in Iran... Dude, that's a pickle for a liberal, don't you think? You're like, technically the motors were made by trans women, so... Who are you on the side of, liberals? But are you a liberal? Yeah. Okay. You're very leftist. But then help me understand the logic. But that's a lot. Isn't that a lot of money? I feel like... I feel like there's a middle ground somewhere in there. Are you like pro-capitalism? No, you hate capitalism. You just build rocket motors for our military? Have you had other jobs? What were those? You got radicalized at a Starbucks thing? It was local. Oh, sorry. How dare I accuse you of working at a terrible corporate entity like Starbucks? I don't understand you one little bit. You go to therapy. You talk about building the rocket motors in therapy? Okay. Tell me what your trauma is. Your dad is your trauma? Yeah, you know what some people's trauma is? Getting hit by a highly...